Ah, it's been a while since I've done a stream like this, where I've just like gone in, just hanging out, and just seeing what happens. I don't know how many people are actually going to tune in because it is the middle of the day, the middle of a work day for a lot of people, and as an American, I don't think there's going to be a lot of people who are like online these days, or at least at this time. So, we'll see if people show up, and if not, then we can just hang out and I can play Void War and talk about that. But anyway, thank you for tuning in. If, for the two of you who might be here, I don't really have like a strong plan for this, to be entirely honest, but I don't want to be spending all day today just like sending out job applications like I've been doing for the past like month and a half, however long it is that I've been like back up in the Pacific Northwest, because it's not fun. I'll just say that. What's up, Thomas? It's good to see you. Yeah. Well, I don't know what the context is, Thomas, but like there seems to have been even more beef within the UK fandom and the people in UK recently, and I don't really understand what's going on or why the difference between like what do you call it, like M4 or something. Is that I had kind of assumed when I saw it that it was like a meridian, but I don't think that they're. But I also thought meridians were like north south, and there's not that many. Like the UK is not that large of a country to have like enough different lines of latitude for that to mean a whole lot. So it made me think that like M4 or whatever it was you guys were talking about has to have been like a train line or something. But if there's anything more going on there, I would love to hear about it because it did not make any sense to me. But clearly, all the Brits were loving it. So anyway, today I had a couple of things to kind of don't need that to kind of just like talk about a little bit. And one of the funniest things that I kind of want to touch on at the beginning of the stream is um how good guard is if we disregard certain units. It's a motorway. Yes, I did know that. Okay, so it's like a highway. That kind of makes sense. Cause like in the States, we have like a bunch of like all of our major highways, or like interstates are numbered such that you can kind of figure out where you are in the country. Where you have or if it ends in a 5, it's a north-south interstate, and if it's ends in a 0, it's a east-west interstate. And I don't remember if the low numbers are in the southwest or the northwest, but I-5, Interstate 5 runs north-south, and it goes from like basically like Vancouver, Canada, just all the way down the coast, and it goes 5 up to I think 95, or something like that in terms of like big interstates. But one of the other big things that I think is very funny that I did not know about for the longest time was how important phone area codes are to people. Like I grew up, yeah, sure, I could dox myself. I grew up in a place where the most common area code for our phones was 253. Okay, that is a little bit south of Seattle. I've said this before. It's a little bit south of Seattle, but what I realized over the years is that there are a lot of area codes where people care about the numbers. Like it's a sign of like belonging. And so the one that was for Seattle for the longest time was 206, and I've heard like some rumors about that's changing sometime in the near future. I don't know a whole lot of the details about that, but representing the 206 was a big deal to some people. And then from what I've seen now, like when I was living in like the Pacific Northwest for most of my life, like most of the numbers I would see are 253, 206, or 425 as like the main area codes that you would see. And there was like fake beef between people who had a 425 and a 206, and I don't really know why. I think 425 was probably like more East Seattle. Then I was living in LA, partly because LA has like so many internal US migrants. We had a really big deal where nobody knew what like, or at least I have no idea what the local LA like area codes are. Um, because every time I went there, because most of my friends were also transplants to LA, we all had different area codes, and so like never really mattered to anyone. Thank you, Plastic Fork, on the birthday wishes. Yeah, I am 31 today. I went out last night, and um, I'm kind of lucky in the sense that a lot of the people that I grew up with in high school and college, I'm still pretty close to. Um, I went to dinner with people who I mostly knew in high school, and some of them like middle school yesterday, and we went to a good sushi place up in Seattle, so that was pretty good. Postcode Wars, yeah, all the different like things that people can identify with. I think it's I generally also think it's really funny how like different like local teams for whatever are like really big deals for people because one thing that you have to know about me is that I am like not a brand loyalist at all. Like there's brand loyalty because they make good products and there's brand loyalty because like you like the theme or whatever. And I think that the biggest thing that I ever or the biggest thing that I ever did that made me understand this was Pokemon Go. Okay. So back in oh god, what was that? That was I think I was in college. So I'm gonna guess 2015. I'm gonna guess 2015 is when Pokemon Go came out. There's a game that also came out, and I'll show you guys a little bit of what it was. So there was a game that was made by the same people who make Pokemon Go called Ingress, and Ingress was a game where the idea was like you're two different, like you blue and blue team and green team, and they're like different secret societies, and you have like this rare element or something. I don't even remember what it was called. It's been too long. Where you had to like collect this and control nodes that would produce this rare element or whatever. And anyway, I played this game because one of the people I was living with at the time played this, and because I was going to the University of Washington, which is a large school, it had I think it was 40,000 undergrads and a total of like 70,000, including undergrads, grad students, and staff, like on the campus. Like it was a small city. Um, there were a ton of these nodes all over campus. So it's the kind of game that I would play just like walking from class to class around campus. And anyway, the game was cool. It was fine. It was something to do when I didn't want to spend like the 10 minutes to like actually study because I was a terrible student. But anyway, this game existed. Niantic was doing their thing for a long time, and then Pokemon Go came out. And I don't know if any of you guys were playing Pokemon Go when it first came out, but Pokemon Go, when it first released, was not a good game. Like, the game was not very interesting. They hadn't introduced battling. They hadn't really. The only thing you really did was walk around and throw Pokeballs at Pokemon. And that was really about it. And I played like 30 minutes of Pokemon Go, and I realized very quickly, oh, this is just this game that I'm already playing with a Pokemon skin and worse. Like, you didn't actually do anything in the game. And so that was what it told me is like, I like Pokemon. I am a fan of Pokemon. I'm not super into Pokemon, but as soon as I realized, I was like, oh, this is just not really a game. I just dropped it and never really looked back. And then I have a lot of friends. I'm friends with one of the guys who does like Pokemon Go commentary for like all of their major events. Like every couple of months, they have this event where you can go to and you can buy like a pass. And there's like certain area where they release like certain cool Pokemon or shinies or whatever. And I had some friends who are really into like the going and collecting. And I also had some friends who were into the competitive side because now Pokemon Go actually has competition, and I have to say it is not very complex of a game, but it's the kind of game where if you're into it, it's a lot of fun, and it is Pokemon. Yeah, you had a limited inventory. Yeah, Steel Spider. The early days of Pokemon Go were just not good, but it had a Pokemon skin, and I remember there was another game. It was one of the earlier gotcha games that became popular, and it had a Fire Emblem skin, and I'm also a big Fire Emblem fan. So this is like deeper lore about Joshi in general. So I was, we'll go all the way back. So when I was a little kid, I have a younger brother. He's 3 years younger than I am, and the first okay, so we had a Super Nintendo, but after that, the first like real console that I put like time into was the GameCube. And I wasn't really allowed to play single player games because my brother always wanted to do everything with me. And so we were playing multiplayer games most of the time. And so that was for us it was mostly Mario Kart and Super Smash Brothers. And then as we got older, it became like Halo and Call of Duty, whatever. But I never really got into playing single player games. Like I've never played a Zelda start to finish. I played bits and pieces. I've played the Assassin's Creed series up until Black Flag. I think Black Flag was my last one, and I did not like Black Flag. That's a different rant to go on. But the bigger point is I was always playing multiplayer games. I would always play my games with an opponent or in some kind of co-op. And so any kind of like single player game is kind of hard for me to get into just because like I never built up any kind of fandom for them. Um, that said, I thought I was hot shit at Super Smash Brothers. I would play a lot of Super Smash Brothers, and during the Brawl days, the one that was on the Nintendo Wii, I started going to like some local tournaments at like my high school and things like that. But when Smash 4 came out, Smash for the Wii U was the game I actually started playing a lot. I was going to tournaments super regularly. I was competing very regularly. And I remember the very first time I go to a Super Smash Brothers Wii U tournament, I sit down and I'm like, I'm just going to play someone who's here, just get a couple of friendly games in so that I can kind of feel out how good I am relative to the community. And I go in and I sit down and play with this guy, and I get absolutely demolished. He three stocks me 4 times in a row. And at the time, I was like, no, wait, Smash 4, yeah, three stocks. He three stocked me 3 times in a row. And I was just like, what do I do against this guy? Like, this guy is just so much better than me. Or maybe it was 2 stocks. I think it was 2 stocks. Um, then I realized, as like the tournament went on, that I was totally fine, right? Like I was, as far as tournament Smash players go, I was above average, but not like significantly above average. And the guy that I played that I was just playing, his tag was Konga, and Konga was the best Donkey Kong player in the world for like 2 years of Super Smash Bros. For Wii U. And so when I realized that no, I'm fine, this guy is just that much better than everyone, it gave me a lot more confidence in my play. And then as I continued to play, there was a brief window. There was like a couple of days where I was ranked number 9 in Washington State because we had just switched over to an ELO system instead of what do you call it? Uh, just like the top players would like have a council and be like, we think these players are this good in this order. We briefly had an ELO system, and I had just gotten off of the best event of my entire like Smash career, where I got fourth out of like 80 people, beating the number 7 and the number 9, or the previous number 9, um, over the course of that event. So I just had the best event of my life. And because of that, my elo got super, super inflated for like a couple of days. And then as they added like more, they started backtracking and back adding a bunch more games. I ended up like settling into like the 20s to 30s in terms of like Washington State elo, which was still pretty good in terms of like how many people participated, because it was like 500 people would regularly come out to tournaments between the, eastern, western Washington and like Bellingham. But anyway, yeah, Zelda. We never did that. My brother ended up getting really into Skyrim for a while, and I was actually talking. His partner was asking me, what my like Mount Rushmore of games, of video games specifically, would be. It would probably be like League of Legends, Super Smash Brothers, a game called Atlas Reactor, which I was also like a top 40, 50 player in or whatever, and then I just forgot what the last one was. Oh, Left 4 Dead is probably the other game that I put the most time into. But the one I want to talk about really quick was this game called Atlas Reactor. And this is a game that if like anybody has heard of this game, firstly, fantastic. This game is super sick. However, it was not very popular and it did not last very long. So the thing about this game is here, Here, we'll just look at this. So the thing about this game is that it is simultaneous turns. So what that means is it's a 4v4, and you play first to 5 kills or most kills after like 20-ish turns. Oh yeah, it says after 20 turns. And but because it was simultaneous turns, what would happen is you would all figure out what you were trying to do. You'd say like, my character is going to move here, and then it's going to shoot that direction, and then it's going to throw a grenade over there. And then everybody would do that at the same time. And then the computer would just take all of those information, put it all at the same time, and you would have to shoot at where you think people are going to be after they move, or shoot people where you don't think they're going to move. And this was a game where my buddy and I were top 50 players for a little while. Oh, I did not see that in Vigorate Coaching, but I hope it wasn't too bad. Anyway, I played this character called Oz, and Oz was a character who would run out, and his whole thing was that he had a shadow that he would leave behind all over the place. Let's see if there's like a good photo of it anywhere. I'm not seeing one. But basically what would happen is like you would move out, and then you would, wherever you last were, there'd be a shadow of where you used to be. And what you would do with that is your like main attack did like 80% of the damage of most people's normal attacks. However, if both you and your shadow hit the same target, you would do like 150% of the damage that someone would do. Or you could shoot them in different directions, and so like one of them is going to shoot that guy for 80% of the damage, and the other is going to shoot that guy for 80% of the damage. And so in practice, if you're bad at the character, you're not going to be doing as much. But if you are good at the character, you're going to be doing a ton of DPS. But he comes with a couple of downsides. One, a lot of characters have like blinks, by which I mean like you go from one spot and you teleport to another. You do not go anywhere in between. Oz did not have a blink. He had a dash, and it's not just a dash. It was a dash that would just trade places with your shadow. And this was really important because one of the first things that would happen in every turn is you would throw out traps. And if you could put a trap in a place where someone would run to, they would take some kind of debuff or take some damage. And so because of that, if you were to use your dash and switch places, you would end up taking damage. And so because of this, one of the things that I would end up doing is it's the only thing that I know of that's ever been like named after me in a game, is it was called the Johi Gambit. And the Johi Gambit was a really fun like little thing that you could do where, because at the very beginning of the game, like both sides would be too far away from each other to do any damage to each other on turn one. Turn one was all about positioning. But what you could do is you could run. You could like make an advance move basically. And so what I would do is I would go and put myself right in the middle of the board. And what the normal play is, if you did this with Oz, is you would go ahead and instantly dash on turn one and play what's called Satellite Oz, because as long as you didn't continue moving, your shadow would just hang out in the middle of the board, and you could do 80% of the damage to like other players, but you were untouchable. You could not be hit because your like main body was back in spawn. However, my favorite play off of that was to not switch back with my shadow. Instead, what you would do is you would move forward again, and then you would have your main body and your shadow, and you were both in prime positions to just blast people. And so what you could oftentimes do is you would use this to do a ton of damage for like 2 turns, and you would trade your body for basically like 2 people on the other side. This did not work against bad players, because bad players would be like, oh, he's just in the middle, I'm going to shoot him, and then you would just die. However, it worked fantastic against pretty good players, because they'd be like, oh, he's right in the middle, surely he's going to teleport back to his original spot and play Satellite Oz. And it worked okay against like better players, especially as like people like started recognizing my name, and it's like, which version of Oz is he playing this game? And so then they would kind of like hedge their bets as to like which version I was going to play. So that was a lot of fun. But anyway, that was a game that I used to play a lot. Okay, so that's like all kinds of random nonsense and Joshi lore. So thank you for sticking through all of that. I kind of wanted to talk about a couple of fun-ish things on this stream. Fun to me because I'm that kind of nerd. The first one is I've been keeping track of everyone. So this is all 98 players who have played guard over the past 3 weeks, 3 weekends of GT play. I'm going to copy this so I can mess around with the data. So the big thing about this is I was tracking firstly names, which we can probably clear all that for now. Oh, that's not black. Anyway, if you really want to go back and watch, I'm not going to stop you. But the other thing about this is it's tracking how did they do, what was their win percent, and whether they took indirect, castellans, or super heavies. Now, I could probably also expand this, to be entirely honest, to include Krieg command squads, is another unit that I see a lot that just shouldn't be taken in a lot of competitive stuff. And it's another unit I see a lot that's just like not very good. Tempestus Scions, maybe? But even that one's like questionable. They're like borderline. If there are any like other units to think about, like you could probably do of units that are just like these aren't very good, but people might think they are. And so the biggest things about this is I've been just trying to keep track of like what the win rates have been for the past couple of weeks. And one of the big reasons for this is I keep seeing people on like Discord, Reddit, other parts of the internet who are like, oh, these units are so good. You got to keep them in your list. You got to try and figure out what to do with them. You got to make sure you have them. They are a pillar of the guard list building. And it's quite simply not true. Regular Dorns, you could probably track it. Like, honestly, the big thing for me when I'm looking at this is, are you taking a unit that is now making the rest of your army? Yeah, okay, random account. LR, Leave and Rust tank commanders would probably be a great example of this. However, I did not do this, and I want you to know right now, this was all manual. I had to go in individually in order to go look at all their lists. So I could do this again. I'm probably not going to, but like I might start adding new columns for things. Just kind of track like some of the units that people kind of know are bad that probably shouldn't be in our games. But anyway, so the big thing here is trying to keep track of like, one, did you take indirect at all? So that's what this column is. If there's a 1 here, it's a true, and a 0 is a false, right? Ones just mean you have at least one indirect piece, and then these numbers are all how many of them did you include. And then castellans, I think this is how many. Let's see if I can find Ed Watts. Yeah, there's Ed Watts right there. And then super heavies is how many of them did you include. So one of my favorite lists is this one that had 4 super heavies. Yeah, that's a lot of super heavies. This one also had 3, but this one had 4. I don't even remember if this list had like Lord Solar in it. Is it possible? Hold on. We're gonna pull out the calculator. I think a Shadow Sword is 450. And then sure, we'll say 465 or whatever. Okay, so you could theoretically put in Lord Solar and 4 like super heavies. That's something that you can do. Patrick, yes, this is only for GTs. I don't really, one, there's just too many RTTs for me to want to track, and 2, I know a lot of people just bring random junk to RTTs just to test. I bring a lot of stuff to RTTs just to test. So, they aren't, the expectation is lower at a lot of RTTs in terms of like how seriously people are taking it. Anyway, so these are everybody who has gone to a 5 or more round event over the past 3 weeks, and a couple of interesting numbers pop out. So these are win rates. Oh wait, no, that's the average win rate. Oh, perfect. I can do more math for you guys on stream. Okay. We're gonna put this right here, and then boom, boom. That'll work. Okay. So what we're gonna do is, so this is wins. We want to check how many times, if you have at least one mortar in your list, we're gonna go ahead and copy this. And then there's a slightly more efficient way to do this, but I don't care enough at the moment. Wait, did that change? This is supposed to be I. Okay. Cool. Wait, that's not right. P28. Okay. All right, we're doing math on stream. Always a bad idea, by the way, as someone who has worked in broadcast for a long time. And then we're going to go ahead and, whoops. Let's do this with, instead of mortars, let's go ahead and look at artillery teams. Ooh, that's bad. With artillery, and then let's do the same thing with field ordnance. It's actually fewer field ordnance batteries than I thought. Thank you, Giles. I appreciate the 2 pounds. It's been a good birthday so far. Okay, fobs, and then basilisk. Oops. Ah. L. Wait, what? Are there really no wins with basilisks? I don't think that's correct. Oh, I understand what's going on. Or do I? No, there's no way. Someone had wins with basilisks. Yeah. See, there's one right there. Sum if check C, and then if L is greater than 0. That's what I need to do. Oh, that means I have to go back and do this again. Okay. At least these numbers are making more sense with what, like, my expectations were. Because these were people who were taking, like, more than that. Like, more than 1 unit of whatever. So you're taking, like, 2 or 3. Okay, there we go. With a basilisk. Okay. All right, we've gotten the math done. We're back on track here. Okay. So, basically what I've been doing is trying to figure out if you only look at guard lists that include the good units. Is basically like the simplest version of what I was trying to do here. What actually comes out? And so a couple of things come out very quickly. So firstly, we have our overall win rate over the past 3 weeks of about 45%. And depending on what your sample is, you're going to get a slightly different number here. So if you are looking at I think StatCheck only includes events that have at least 25 players. I don't think Meta Monday has the same restriction. I will look at anything that has 5 rounds and is not a league. So something that is played over the long period of time, because you don't have the same kind of list control. And then the other thing, I don't look at teams events, because teams events do not any unit can be good in a team's context simply because it's different, right? Like if you just say I'm not going to play against those kind of armies, you can build your list very differently. And so if you're like I'm only going to play against Marines, obviously it's going to be a little bit better. Thank you, Lizardman Sam. So overall, in singles, Guard had a 45% win rate. over the past 3 weekends. However, the overall win rate for guard, so this is anything that had at least one indirect piece in the list at all. Wait, do I need to do... Oh no, is this even worse? Hold on. I need to... Oh boy. Greater than 0. Castellan greater than 0. I forgot that these weren't all true falses. Oh my gosh. Greater than 0. These ones are true falses. This is a true false. These are not true falses. Okay, we are back on track, everyone. I made a couple of mistakes. Yes. Okay. So yeah, we're still like 45% win rate overall. However, there are a couple of things that automatically come out and are very interesting when you start looking at what the actual win rates are. So firstly, I just wanted to take a look at super heavies. If you have at least one super heavy in your army, the people who are bringing at least one super heavy had a combined win rate of 25.53%. They were winning about a quarter of their games. That means there are more people going 1 and 5 than are going 2, or 1 and 4 than are going 2 and 3. See, the worst part, Thomas, is I actually have like a certificate somewhere that says that I am an expert with Excel. I put that on my resume as well as someone who's like, I have a certificate from Microsoft that is like, this guy knows what's up when it comes to Excel. But anyway, yeah, super heavies, really bad. 25% win rate. Well, we'll be generous to call it 26% win rate is not good. This number should not be this low. Realistically, I have a much better... Hold on. Let me see. I'm going to pull up... You can see even more like what kind of nerd I am. I don't know why that showed up so many times. So, at GTs... When was this? This was 9th edition. I was not playing it in 9th edition. It was this. Yes, this event was with a super heavy. This was a teens event. And then, was this a super heavy? No. Yeah. So, the one GT that I have recorded that I took a super heavy to, I ended up going 3 and 2. And then I also took it to CTC, which was a big 5-man teams event, and I also went 4 and 0 there. In theory, I went 5 and 0 because one of them was a bye. But you know. And then I swear I took it to one more GT, but it wasn't this one. Because this one I was playing triple Medusa. That's what they were called. Triple Medusa carriage battery. And this one, I think this is when I was playing Tank Commanders. I don't think I was playing indirect at this one. This one I think is when I started playing triple 18 Bulgren. No, I was playing 18 Bulgren before that. Anyway, a long time ago. But anyway, super heavies, really bad win rate overall. About 1 in 4 games. So you're going 1 in 3, maybe 1 in 4, 2 and 3, something like that. The other unit that I thought was interesting was the Castellan. And one of the big things for the Castellan is it's actually like playable in Recon. It's actually pretty good in Recon. If you watch the interview that I did with Wesley St. Hines, you'll know that it becomes a lot better in Recon. And one of these games, or one of these entries, was the one from Ed Watts, where he had 3 Castellans, which is here. So I'm just going to delete that really quick. And you can see that, because he was playing Recon, it goes down to 42.5%. If you include Ed Watts, who is, again, a fantastic player and also playing Recon, so it doesn't quite count, you're up to 45%, which is about the same as our overall. So, like, it's not the worst thing ever, but just don't play it outside of Recon. The other big one that we want to take a look at is this number here. this is the win rate for players who took at least one indirect at all. It can be one unit of mortars, it can be a basilisk, it can be 3 artillery teams. It doesn't matter if you had at least one indirect piece in your list. You get put into this right here. What's up, Killian? Thanks for the birthday wishes. Hope you're doing all right. I just showed your name on screen for a moment there. I don't think I was playing a super heavy when I came out to Phoenix the first time. But anyway, indirect is not good for the guard. So what you can generally see here is it's just already, if you just compare it to like overall win rate, it's already about 5% worse. 39% compared to about 45%. Like, you're losing an extra half a game on average by taking indirect. And as we can also see, if you just compare the win rate with no indirect to, or with indirect to just like our win rate including, or that does not have any indirect at all, it's a 10% difference. No, I was just like looking through. So I have like, I'm this kind of nerd where I keep track of all of the events that I play at for any kind of like tournament, including who I played against. And you showed up in here somewhere. Yeah, I think you're the only person to have beaten me twice with Chaos Knights. Thanks for the birthday wishes, Sino Bolano. Where are you? I know you're in here. Killian, there you are. This is... There's only war. Yeah, this was it. I lost you here. And then I felt bad about the second one, but you did get me pretty badly the second time I came out as well. Because I've gone out to Phoenix those 2 times. They were both a lot of fun. Well, the second time I got like really bad food poisoning from like Indian food, but like the games were fun. But anyway, yeah. I think the biggest thing to kind of take away from all of this is just that indirect is really bad for our win rate. Mortars are not quite as bad because they're just like, you just kind of use them to screen, like they're just really cheap. The basilisk is also not quite as bad as the rest. In fact, we have like a couple of people who actually had like winning records. Where is it? This guy went 4-2 with a basilisk. This guy went 3-2 with a basilisk, but he's also 18th. Who is this? I'm gonna dox them. Roger Boyra. Oh, he's one of the top players out in Iberia, I think. I'm pretty sure he's like one of the top Spanish players. And then this one, 3-2. This one actually has a lot of indirect. Who is this one? Matthew Hunt. I don't know. Recognize that name. Yeah, we played that one game at the end of 9th, and I think both of my losses to Knights in 9th edition were because we played on like Dawn of War, and we were still playing player plays, and that was a really big deal. Patrick Greatbatch, thank you for the birthday wishes. I saw your name come up recently. I think you're on this thing. I will see you at Tacoma, or I will be at Tacoma anyway. I don't want to commit to meeting people. Am I going to PSO this year? I'm unfortunately not. PSO is out of my price range for traveling for events right now, while I am still looking for a job. Oh my god, Trevor Riddell for the $50. Happy birthday, bud. Can't catch the whole stream live. Wanted to say appreciate you and all the great content. I really appreciate that, Trevor. Wow, that's that's really generous. Thank you so much, and hopefully you have a good rest of your day. Thanks, man. I'll probably spend that on Eldar stuff, to be entirely honest. But yeah. Wait, Patrick, I think you just... I'll get to you in a moment, because you're on this spreadsheet. I don't know if you know this spreadsheet exists. Yeah, that's right. You just had the 4-1 out on Vancouver Island. That's what it was. That's why I recognize that name. But anyway, yeah. So the biggest offenders are artillery and the field ordnance battery. If you're taking these, you probably shouldn't. There are definitely people who are encouraging them, but they are not worth your time. You need to be doing a very specific purpose with them. They're probably okay in teams. Anyway, yeah, so I've just been keeping track of this. Yeah, indirect, not good. Castling, not good. Super heavy, really not good. Okay. The other thing I want to talk about, and Patrick, you might enjoy this in particular, is I have another spreadsheet. So as you can see, I have 3 big spreadsheets that I just keep track of. Yeah. Yeah, Killian, if you want to hit me up on Discord, just let me know. I am pretty easy to find, and if you want to like talk about different lists, however, this next segment might actually be fairly useful for that because I keep track of all the lists in GTs that go X and 1 or better. So the actual thing that I have here is my rule is you need to have a 75% win rate or better over at least 5 rounds at a 2,000 point singles event. So no teams, and it needs to be at least 5 rounds. I don't care how many players were there. And 75% win rate does mean that you get a couple of people like Adam Green and oh, it's Patrick again. This was at Edmonton where you need at least a 75% win rate, right? So if you can go 6-2 at an event, it'll count. But 3-1-1 will not get onto this list because that's a 70% win rate. I cut it off at 75% win rate, partly because I'm lazy and partly because it's my spreadsheet. If you want to use my spreadsheet, you're gonna have to follow my rules. That's how it works. Anyway, so this week, what we've kind of been seeing in terms of like guard competitive, whatchamacallit, guard competitive list, we've kind of been seeing a condensation of lists recently where there's kind of four major lists that you actually like see all the time. And the first one is combined arms, tanks and midboard, or midboard and tanks, right? It's basically just you take a bunch of the good units, right? You just take Rogaldorn commanders, you take some Lemur's battle tanks, maybe some exterminators, maybe some hellhounds, maybe some 20-man Kriegs, maybe some Kazarkin, maybe some transports, and you just like take all of that in some number of things, and you just put it all in one list. And you just like you just take guard good stuff. Maybe you have a couple of extra tanks, maybe you have a couple of extra transports, whatever. They're basically the same kind of like style of list. That's probably the most common thing that we're seeing. The second one that we're seeing a lot of is Hammer the Emperor. I just call it Dorns and Vanquishers. And this is something that I first started seeing when Nick Gigello, one of the top Toronto Guard players, started just playing what he just called his pile of tanks. And it was, I think it's the most common variant is you have 2 Rogaldorn commanders and 3 Lemur's Vanquishers, and then like maybe some exterminators, maybe some hellhounds, and then some like midboard nonsense. Like it could be Rough Riders, it could be Death Riders, it could be Kazarkin, it could be Ratlings, it could be Engineers, it could be Catachan. It doesn't really matter. Something that's going to stand in front of your tanks and is going to keep things back away from your army, away from all of your damage. We've been seeing this one pop up a fair amount. So let's see. Over this data slate, Patrick did it. We have Philip Koenig over out in Germany. Joel Rayner did a very similar thing. Patrick Greatbatch did it again. I know Nick Gigello. I don't think he's made it. Oh, he is on this sheet. What did he play? This might actually be another variant of the same thing. 2 Dorns, and then 3 Vanquishers. Yeah, there's a lot of people playing. 2 Dorns, 3 Vanks, Hammer the Emperor. It works. It's a very common archetype that we're starting to see. Those are probably by far the 2 most popular archetypes that you tend to see. But the third one that we're starting to see a little bit more is this one that Nassim just started playing. We're starting to see this a lot more in teams in particular. And this is what Nassim took to Glasshammer. He went 4-1, losing to, I think it was Nathan Roberts. And I think Nathan ended up winning the event because he was like the only person who didn't get a draw and just like won all 5 games. But the big thing about this, the core to this one is still 2 Rogaldorn commanders, which are still like a little bit too cheap, and then Bulgrin, and then you just take some other like midboard skirmishing stuff. And one of the big things about this right now is it's a lot better on WTC maps than it is on Games Workshop maps, but it still works on, from what I understand, it's still pretty good on UKTC. I don't know that. That's just what I've heard from people who play it. And then the other thing that we've seen that is pretty good is it's also good on WTC. And both Nassim and Gustavo, who's another top British player, have been pushing to take 18 Bulgrin, and Nassim says that he has locked in his list for WTC, but is not going to share it. But based on how both he and Gustavo are like talking up all of the Bulgarian right now, I would not be surprised if it included 18 of them. Thank you for the birthday wishes, Zaid or Zaid. It's always good to see you. Um, so anyway, some kind of variation of this. One of the big things that so one of the most interesting things about this time of year that always happens in like late June and into July is trying to understand what is and is not a psyop, because you have all of like all the top players. Anybody who's playing for like a national team or anybody who's like loosely affiliated with a national team, this is the time of year where they just start playing weird stuff at events, right? Because they're trying to do two things. One, it's testing, right? If you want to test out units that might be good, but you don't know if they're good, you can do it at GTs, you can do it at RTTs, you can just do it at events in order to try and keep track and just get like real experience with these units at an event. And also play them over the board instead of on TTS, because I don't know about you guys, but whenever I play something, I play it on the board for the first time, it feels different. Um, but the other thing is they will play units that they know are kind of bad just to try and get other people to play them, to see if they can convince other people to play armies and variants of lists that are not as good. And so this time of year is always very fun because you're trying to figure out like, are they making stuff up? Is it actually good? Are they trying to make things work that don't actually work and they're just working because they're super, super powerful? I don't know. That's always the really interesting thing. So this is, like I said, a list that we're starting to see a little bit more of. 18 Bulgrin, double Doran Commander, and then other just like skirmishing stuff will just be a lot of melee lists. World Eaters have like Spawn are like point efficient at killing Bulgrin. Khorne Berserkers with Karn are fairly point efficient killing Bulgrin, but not like still not that point efficient at killing these 6-man bricks. And also, if you just roll low on the attacks and Bulgrin just live, then you're gonna lose like three of them just like out of nowhere. So it really shuts down a lot of melee that is really popular on WTC and from what I understand, UKTC melee, where Blood Angels are really starting to surge back. So this is something that we are starting to see as well. So that's the third archetype that we're really starting to see. The fourth one that we're really starting to see even more is, if you haven't already heard about it, it's Wesley St. Hines Recon body, Recon Horde, and I just call this one Wesley's Horde. There's another person who played something similar. Ed Watts played a very similar list at Glasshammer as well. But anyway, this is I'm gonna show you guys Ed's because it is easier to read than Wesley's. Because Wesley, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna show you guys. So Wesley does this thing where he brands it the UNSC 42nd Infantry Regiment, and we can go in and take a look at this one. And this is, I don't know what this is. However, every single one of the 10th Ghosts has been given a new name. You have Alpha 9, which I'm sure is something from the expanded universe. Captain Veronica Dare. I don't know who this is, but this is, again, stuff from the Halo lore. Spartan Taylor Dutch Miles, who is Korbeck. Spartan Michael Mickey Crespo, who is Larkin. Spartan Kojo Romeo Agu, who is M. Cole. Lance Corporal Jonathan Roki Doherty, who is Ron. And then Spartan Edward Buck, who is, maybe I did him backwards. Veronica, wait, one. Oh, Dutch is Bragg. I don't know. Anyway, so this is really hard for me to read because it just takes like a little bit extra. So let's go ahead and take a look at Ed Watts' equivalent of it. So the basic theory of this, and we'll talk about this a little bit, Ivan, is the main way that you're trying to play with this style of list is you are trying to just remove your opponent's ability to score primary. And you're going to score all of your primary, and you're not going to let your opponent score any. And a major part of this comes down to the fact that you just have a crap ton of OC. You have 20, 40, 60. Oh, there's even more. 100 Cadian shock troops just by themselves. And then you have 1, 2, 3. So it's 130, 150, 160, 170, 180, 190, 200, 200 like normal battle line infantry, and then it's 10, 20. So 200 battle line infantry, 20 horses, 1, 2, 3, 8, 13, 18, 19, 20, 26. So you have 220 plus 26. This is 246 bodies of nonsense. And the whole reason why this works is because voice of command is like one of the best army rules in the entire game. Thank you, Wendy Quinn, for the happy birthday wishes. Appreciate seeing you around, and thanks for being a member for as long as you have. Also, you too, Zaid. But and Ursa. So 247. I think it's 247 bodies, and the whole thing that this does is it actually does very little damage. If you watch the interview that I did with Wesley, this list does just enough damage to kill the things that are good at killing guardsmen. And it doesn't matter if they can kill like a couple of guardsmen. They need to kill an entire unit of guardsmen, because this unit is just so good at creating problems for your opponent. And as to why you're not taking Khazarkin in this is because they don't do enough more. And you have to ask yourself the question, I could take a unit of Khazarkin, or for 10 more points, I could get 10 more bodies that have a 3-up save. This unit of Cadian shock troops at 120 points has 2 melta guns, 2 plasma guns, which is the same as a unit of Khazarkin. You lose the sniper, you lose the melta mine, you lose the power sword and the plasma pistol, but in exchange, you're getting so many bodies. And that's one of the main reasons why you don't take Khazarkin in Recon, is because this unit, if you are good with your positioning, does more than the Khazarkin for only 10 more points. If you're in a spot where like you only have 110 points available, and you can't scramble like 10 more points, you can consider at that point going for the Khazarkin. But these are just so efficient, because you give everyone that your opponent is likely to shoot at take aim, and then because you have the Cadian command squads here, and they are touching an objective, which is very easy for them to do, all of them have benefit of cover. And so what you effectively end up having is you have a unit that has +2 to save, so your basic save goes from a 5-up to a 3-up, and then you have the benefit of cover, just in the open. So unless your opponent has ignore cover or is hitting you in melee, they are not killing that many attacks. The other big thing that I kind of want to go through and why this is so useful is, let's go over to Unit Crunch, which is another one of my favorite websites. And we're going to look at an ad hoc unit that has 20 models, toughness 3, 1 wound, and a 4-up save. And this is going to be in melee. So this is going to be looking at like how many power sword attacks it actually takes to kill this unit. Let's remove that. We'll go over to an ad hoc. And I'm just going to make a guess. It's going to take 50 attacks on 3s at strength. I think power swords are mostly like 411, something like that. But, you know, we'll start there, right? 50 attacks on 3s at 411 at AP1. And we'll see how many of these it actually takes. This unit with 50 attacks, this is a unit of like 10 Marines, is still only 7.5% likely to kill. Now let's go ahead and bump it up to strength 6. Maybe this is 50 JPI attacks. So it's like 10 10 Blood Angels jump back intercessors. That unit, not including the mortals, still doesn't kill a unit of 20 Cadians more than half the time. Now, what if we give it full reroll hits? Because for some reason we are oathing a unit of Cadians. We are finally at a position now where we are likely to kill this unit. But we're already looking at, like, units. Nobody is playing 10 jump pack intercessors, right? The only thing that this does is this is like Karn and Berserkers, right? This is just not a very common unit that you see. You might see one of these in a, what do you call it? Yeah, you might see like one of these over the course of a tournament. And the other thing is this unit is very susceptible to the damage that we can actually put out in Recon, right? This unit is very susceptible to a lot of plasma, and this army does have enough plasma guns that they are going to be doing damage, and melta guns, because they're all going to be, like, every melta fail basically just kills a guy. Every successful melta wound is just going to kill a guy. And so once you do this a couple of times, you very quickly realize most armies don't kill a unit of 20 guardsmen, just in general. I'm going to go ahead and pull up, what is it? Is it the Repulsor Executioner that just has a gazillion shots? Somebody knows. I think it's the Repulsor Executioner, but it might just be the other one. Is it just the Repulsor? Yeah. Okay. So, thank you, Commander HHL, for the birthday wishes. Okay, let's take a look at the war gear options. So you're gonna take las cannon, and we take the onslaught Gatling cannon. So no twin heavy bolter. Okay, let's. Oh, Gladiator Reaper. Is that the one I'm thinking of? I know they both just have a gazillion guns. Gladiator Reaper. Okay. War gear options. So you get an Iron Hail and the rocket pod. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at Gladiator Reaper and just assume everything gets to shoot. So this one, 12 attacks on 3s at 6, 0, 1. It's dev wounds, but it's not going to add that much of a difference, to be honest. And then Tempest Bolter has 8 attacks on 3s at 4, 1, 1. Iron Hail Heavy Stubber is going to have 6 attacks on 3s at 4, 0, 1. God, this thing has so many attacks. And then the Rocket Pod is D3 attacks on 3s at 8, 1, 2. And let's go back to our 20 guys who now have a 3-up, as long as they are in cover. And let's just kind of figure out how many of them are going to die. 5. Right? Oh, we didn't even give ourselves cover. Let's give ourselves cover. We're losing, like, those. Does it? Abilities. This model's twin heavy onslaught Gatling cannon, which is that one. Okay, so sustain 2 is basically equivalent to hitting on. Alright, we're gonna fudge this a little bit. This is gonna give us a number that is similar, but you are correct. The twin heavy onslaught Gatling cannon has sustain 2. So we're gonna fudge it. We're gonna give it a couple of extra attacks and make it hit on 2s. Right? We are still, let's give this a lot more attacks than it actually has. We are still in the neighborhood of this unit kills like 8, right? We are underestimating a little bit. Actually, with this, we are probably overestimating a little bit. We are rapidly approaching the point of, like, this unit that is supposed to be one of the premier anti-infantry is killing less than half of a squad. Let's give it the full rerolls, and I don't want to go into all the super details. But even then, let's assume that we are underestimating, and this unit actually kills 10 on average. That means that it's not killing 20. And if we can tag this in melee, now it's killing even less. if we give it like -1 to hit and still oathing the thing, we are still at the point where it's killing like 8 or 9. There's just so much. This is one of the best anti-infantry platforms in the game, and it still doesn't kill a unit of 20 guardsmen that are in cover with take aim. That is why you don't take Kazarkin in this general like style of list, is because you just don't have the number of bodies, right? The 10 Kazarkin you can kill because it's half the number of bodies, and they're not more durable than the Cadians at the same time. Random count, Ultramarines do get a strat to strip cover and add AP. Does that -3 save, -3 to save do much? Yeah, that the Gladius strat would actually just like full kill a unit. However, you can only do that once per turn. So if we take a look at like Ed Watts' list, if you're just gonna kill like one of these for like per turn, he's got 5, right? And you don't have to. And that's the other big thing, is they are going to slowly be rezzing guys. As soon as like one unit is no longer combat effective, you rotate that one into being behind cover, and then you present your opponent with another one. And you just have way too many bodies. You still have to keep them in cover. You still have to play smart with your positioning. But that's why this comes through. And one of the big things about this, I'm going to be playing a game with this style of list on Wednesday. Yeah, I'm playing Wesley's list up against my friend Victor. He's going to be reprising Blood Angels, which is an army he has not played in a while. If you're smart with your positioning, you just have more stuff than your opponents do. And even though you don't do a lot of damage, you are still going to have the ability to consistently deny your opponent all their primary while scoring all of our primary. And also, the other big thing that you can do is, because you are everywhere on the board basically all the time, you should have enough bodies to just do any objectives that you need to. So it's very easy for this list to score maximum points or close to maximum every single time. And I kind of want to go through here. So, like, Wesley, who, again, is one of the best players in the entire world, easily a top 20, for sure. The only reason why he didn't get hundreds here is because he didn't have his paint points. Let's take a look at Ed Watts, who's way less practiced with the same kind of list. Fuck, I have to go through and actually check. Okay. Watts. Oh, I actually have to go in. So he scored 86. And then 100. And then another 100. All right, what about John? 99. You know, sometimes secondaries don't line up perfectly. And this one scored an 82. So Ed Watts, who's a fantastic player, but who has definitely played fewer games of this than Wesley has, is still getting, like, his low scores are still in the 80s, which is very impressive. And I kind of want to go back. Let's see. March. Do we have any Wesley here? So this is in Bridgehead. And you can see here, so this was Bridgehead, so it's not quite as good as scoring, but, like, in the upper 80s all the time. And then just there. We can go back even further. Wow, look. Wesley's Horde. They still pop up all the time. Here. Oh, this was Bridgehead. He had a one game that was in the 80s. But, like, you can consistently score it very highly. If I had the models for this list, I'd play it, but you can't convince me to buy 8 more boxes of Cadians right now. Based. Look, every single time, like, I talk to Nemo fairly often, I'll ask him, like, hey, what should I play? And the first thing he'll always say is Recon. My response, you can use this one too. Nemo, I am glad that you are having fun with this archetype of list. Which is very true for me. I am happy that this list exists. I am happy that someone has fun playing this. I'm not one of them. I'm not going to play this in anything. And one of the big things for me as I'm looking at it is with Challengers Cup coming up in a couple of months. I think it's end of September, so we have like 2 months until Challengers Cup, which is for anybody who is not in the Western United States. It's one of the it's a really big teams event being put on my green banner, and it's 8-man teams. And I think the last time this was put on, it was like stat check, like the super team of stat check. So like Brian Sipe, Anthony Vanilla, Ennis Wilson, and whoever else they had come out, just came out and actually played all together. It's that event, but it's 8-man teams. And I'm going to have a bit of a tough time convincing my team that I shouldn't be playing Recon for that. Thomas, I've got the models but can't emotionally do it. Exactly. I am not playing this one at any kind of like real tournament because Wesley, who has a lot of practice with this, has said it is one of the most exhausting ways to play 40k if you are down to do it. Yes, I'll see you at Challengers Cup, Killian. It'll be a good time. Random account. Been trying to get this army on the table. I own enough infantry through poor decisions and War Games Atlantic models. Generally too worried about time to take to the LGS for practice, though. So I got a feeling there. So one of the big things about playing this to keep track of is, one, if you want to play it, you should. I'm not going to recommend that if this style of gameplay doesn't sound very fun for you, I cannot in good faith recommend that anyone play it. However, if it does sound like fun for you, then you should do it. Use movement trays. Practice playing on a clock. So the biggest thing here, one of the big things that I'll do when I've tried to introduce people to playing tournaments is I will set up a timer for people. Right? I'll be like, okay, we've started deployment, we started the timer, and this timer will go for 3 hours. And sometimes I'll set it a little bit longer, especially if I know they're newer. 3.5 hours. At the end of 3.5 hours, I want you to understand that that would be like hard cutoff. The game needs to be done at this time. And as soon as people like start doing that, they understand what a lot of decisions you can shortcut. So one of the examples of this, and one of the biggest things that I recommend people do if they're trying to like go from being like a 2-3 player to a 3-2 player or a 4-1 player, is prep and doing a lot of prep. One of the big things that I will oftentimes do. Thanks for the birthday wishes, Keskis Khan. It's been a while since I've seen you pop up, but thanks for being a member for so long. What was I doing? Right. There we go. Okay. So one of the things that I'll oftentimes do is this is the kind of thing that I will just go into Tabletop Simulator. Oh, where did it go? Crop image options. Text wrapping. There we go. Front of text. Where did it go? Whatever. The bigger point is just going in and understanding like your general game plan. So like one of the major things that I will do is, can I copy this? I'll screenshot it like this. Oops. Crop, and let's go ahead and blow this up so we can see. So one of the biggest things that I'll do is this unit here, right here, this big old unit of Krieg. I know this unit's job is to go sit on my expansion the entire game, and then maybe if I'm already winning, then I can start like pulling guys off the objective. But this unit, their job is to just go set on my natural. And so what I'll do when I deploy is I need to see 9 inches. This unit needs to be able to get to my natural with a 9-inch move. And that number is really important because that is 6 plus 3 from move is 9. So I know every single time, regardless of my advance roll, if I were to roll one, that this unit is going to safely make it onto my objective. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Okay, so that's like something that you can already do. This unit has a known job. Okay. The next thing that you'll oftentimes do is you have a unit that's kind of like this one. So this is a unit of Catachan. And this Catachan's job is it is going to go towards my opponent's natural, and it's going to stage like here. There's like this ruin is like something like this, I think. So the unit of Catachan that is here is just going to go hide here and be ready to jump onto my opponent's natural the turn after. So this unit, I already know what it's doing, and I kind of don't care what my opponent's army is. That's going to be its basic job. I have some unit, right? This one, I think there's like this weird like Krieg thing like interspersed with like Catachan. This unit, their job is to be annoying in the middle, to make sure that my opponent cannot hold this one, and to hold it if I've killed off my opponent's ability to kill off my infantry. The other thing is I need something to go stand on this in case I draw air denial. So that's what this unit is doing, right? This unit Catachan, that's like here. And I have all of these things. It's just like memorized, right? It's the kind of thing where I do it. I've done it so many times in so many different games that I know what my first turn looks like going first or going second pretty much every single time. This unit, if I go first, it's going to scout 6 inches this way, and then I'm going to figure out what to do with it when I see my secondaries. If I go second, it's scouting here, and then depending on if we're playing WTC charge rules or not, it's standing here like an inch back from the wall, or it's standing far enough back such that if my opponent charges me, they're going to end up with the guys on my side of the wall. Right? These are things that are just so ingrained in the way that I play, in the way that I am trying to build my army, that I don't think about them. And one of the biggest things that I will see a lot of newer, like, middle and lower players do is they'll spend a lot of time in the tank. And in the tank, I mean, I spend a lot of time thinking on turn one. When realistically, there's a couple things that you should be doing on turn one, and you should assume that in most games, your opponent is good enough that they're not going to let you kill anything. Because if you're losing things on turn one, it better either be bait or better have been like blocking scout moves or something. So don't give your opponent pieces on turn one if you can help it. So don't think on turn one. Just do the thing. Know where everything is going. And the most important thing that I would say that you want to be able to do is know what you want the game to look like halfway through turn two. So when you're going from the top of turn two into the bottom of turn two, know what you want the game to look like if you're going first, know what you want the game to look like if you're going second, and then deploy in order to make that happen. That's the biggest thing. Yeah. Kazarkins. You have a 3D printer, you can build 27 Kazarkins from the one kill team box. That's cool. I bought 4 boxes of Kazarkins, so yeah, I don't need any more, but cool. Harry Phil's Lament. Hey Joshi, Tony Baumeier has been playing Recon in our league. It's hilarious when his opponent rolls and sees all the models on the table. Yeah, I've called Tony out as like the one other player I think is both good enough and would have fun with this kind of army to actually do that. So I'm glad he's having a good time with it. Tony's a great guy. Just because how the game's worked up design, the Kaz are going to have interchangeable arms. You can probably get the same amount using blue stuff to mold one body. Probably. Yeah, you can get a lot of Kazarkin, and there's a lot of stuff like that where they give like a lot of extra arms for things, but usually the things that I've always found I have trouble like running out of is bodies and legs. Okay, Ivan, is this the only tankless guard option? I think the answer to that question depends mostly on like how competitive you are. And what your goals are. I think the 2 detachments that you can viably play guard with 0 vehicles are Recon, which is like the Wesley's Horde that we've been talking about, right? Let's go back. right? So stuff like this where you just spam dudes and horses. You include maximum Cadian command squads, you include maximum Cadian castellans, and then you just spam guys, right? That's probably the best way to do it. The other way that you can do it is probably actually the last time that Wesley played Bridgehead. So this was Bridgehead, and this was like right after the Codex nerfs. Yeah, right after the Codex came out. So it's pretty similar. You've got the Militarum Tempestus command squads, Ogrim bodyguards, and then it's just dudes. And the big difference between he's got an armored sentinel for some reason, but 65 points could just be guys. This one is if Recon is I don't care how much damage you're going to do to me. This one is I'm going to kill all of your ability to kill my stuff. So this is another fairly this is reasonably competitive, but you're doing it with the I'm going to kill you first style instead of the other way around. Thank you for the advice. That does alleviate worries about taking too long. You've caused a big problem for me now, though. Seriously considering Nemo Guard instead of Knights for an RTT. Yeah. I mean, if you would have fun doing it, that's the big thing. I would go in with a clock again. If either me or my opponent is playing a horde army or even like an army with just like a lot of models, I'm gonna put the clock on just because it takes a long time to play. It takes a long time to play a horde, but it also takes a long time to play against a horde because you need to roll so many more attacks that way, and there's just so many attack activations that you have to do. So just keep that in mind. Like, accept that it's going to be a bit of a learning curve at first. Use your movement trays, use the clock. Ivan says, I only play locally, but so fun. I only play locally, so fun is more important than winning, but I like playing semi-competitive. So, yeah, I think legitimately you could probably make a siege regiment list work. If you're trying to have a good time, and especially a thematic time, I do think siege regiment does have play. I don't think it's likely to win a GT anytime soon, but I think it has enough going for it. Simply because it's like the one what do you call it? It's like the one detachment where the Krieg command squad I think is actually like worth bringing. Simply because you have like pistols, you just make the unit a character, and you get the +1 to hit, +1 to wound, rerolling all hits. With the stratagem flare burst, I think it's called, where the character unit just gets to reroll all hits. Like, you can do it. It's not going to be the most competitive thing, but you're not going to just lose the game on account of your list either. So if you just want to play like a lot of Krieg and just go over the top, like, it's a way to play. Rip Bridgehead. I miss Bridgehead. I do too. So one of my big things about Bridgehead, it's worth noting that this Old Guard games, this was played when it was the +1 to hit. So, if you are Wesley St. Hines, you can still play Bridgehead. I think Bridgehead is still playable. Again, not likely to win a GT anytime soon, but like if you want to go 3-2, Bridgehead is good enough to do that. The thing about Bridgehead that I'm most sad about is it is an incredibly technical army. And one of the things is I played probably like 40 games of Bridgehead, and I was still learning things towards the end. So one of the things that I kind of want to show you guys that I figured out probably like 30 games into Bridgehead is, let's say that this is an enemy unit, okay? All right, this is the enemy. And you have to be 9 inches away. So here's your 9-inch line, and here's your 12-inch line, okay? One of the things that you can do, and you probably should do, is if it's not going to change what models get to shoot, if you have to move them to get different models to shoot, you should do it. However, what you should generally do is you're going to have your 5 las guns are going to be in front like this, okay? And then what you should also do is you should have like a guy here, and then just double check. What you're probably gonna have to do like a guy here and a guy here, okay? And just to make sure that these guys are within 2 of 2. And then the rest of them, you have like your plasmas and your meltas and your characters and your med pack just all along this 12-inch line, okay? And the reason for this is it's not immediately obvious why you should be doing this, but as soon as I figured it out, I was like, it's so obvious as soon as you actually think about it. If all of these guys are going to get to shoot no matter what, you want to make we're gonna use purple. You want to make this distance the longest possible. Okay? And the way that you can do that is if your opponent comes over here and wants to shoot at you, if they do any shooting, you kill off all of this. Okay? This is everything that dies first, and now this is an extra 3 inches that they need to get in order to actually like impact the next line of guys. It makes you so much harder to charge. And it's something that it's not like something that you just do naturally, right? Obviously, if you want to have everybody just barely within 12, and so like these guys are all just back a little bit this way, you can also do that. Like that also works. However, the other thing that this does is, let's imagine there's like, I don't know, this is like a night carnivore. It comes in, it doesn't shoot you because it knows your trick, and it charges right here into this guy. Okay? What you can do is you kill these guys first, like over here, and then you leave this guy to last, and then you start killing these guys as well. And the main reason why you can do this is this guy, I'm using a bunch of different colors. We'll use black. This guy and this guy are not within 2 inches of each other. So after your carnivore comes in and kills like a dozen guys or like 10 guys or whatever, you kill all of them here, and then this guy dies from coherency at the end, and the carnivore cannot consolidate into you. So you are making your opponent, if they choose not to shoot you, you give yourself the ability to break coherency in order to get your unit to be able to act on your turn. You also get to keep all of your stuff alive, and you can make your charges a lot harder. And this kind of formation is incredibly powerful in Bridgehead, and I didn't hear anyone talk about it at all when Bridgehead was popular. So this is something that you should be looking to try and do if you're using your Scions. And this is not just true in Bridgehead. If you want to play Scions now, this formation is something that you can do in your games in order to make sure that your Scions are harder to charge and you can use them more often. And so you can get that second shooting activation even if they get tagged, because you're going to kill off guys until you are no longer in coherency. So there are cool things you can do with Scions. You just have to work a lot harder now than you used to. I will not deny that. It is a lot harder to make Bridgehead now than it was when we had +1 to wound, and the +1 strength, +1 AP strat was 1 CP and didn't have anything else, and our Scions were cheaper. Like, you just have to work a lot harder now. Okay. We were talking about archetypes that we're seeing a lot. So we already talked about the main ones. So that is combined, like, tanks and dudes. Then there was the newfangled combined, which is Bulgrin and Dorns, that we've been seeing Nassim and Gustavo play. It's mostly playable on UKTC and WTC. We have Dorns and Vanks, which is very common in Hammer. And then we have Wesley's Horde. And most armies that you look at fall into one of those categories of armies, right? You got this one, you got this one. You could probably do a bridge impression in Mech Assault. Probably. I think Mech Assault is good. We actually saw another I just gonna call it Gaylord mechanized because Pepe Andrew over in, I think this was in Iberia. Yeah, this was in Spain. Recently took this, and it's pretty similar to what we've seen David Gaylord play in the past. 2 Robothorn Commanders, Engine Seer with Sacred Unguents, 1 Cadians, 1 Catachan, 1, 2 Kazarkin, 2 Krieg Flamers, 3 Units of Ogren, 3 Vanquishers, Scout Sentinel, 2 Chimeras, and a Torox. So it's very similar to what, this might actually just be a copy paste. Oh, it's got a multi-laser. He didn't do his war gear for the Scout Sentinel properly. Alright, now I have to look up what it means. Tormenta de Hostias. Host Storm. Alright, Zaid, you're gonna have to explain this one to me. How solved are the guard meta lists right now? If someone wanted to make one, how much of the list is auto take versus pilot's choice? So I've had this joke for a long time with David Purcell. Dingbat, if you are a part of the thing. Punch Storm. Okay, cool. Hostia. Okay, cool. Oh, there it is. Wait, that's very odd that it is host, whatever. Anyway, so I would say it mostly depends. So, okay, this comes with like part of a longer rant. So there's 2 answers to this. I'll start with the you can randomly generate a guard list and it's going to be fine. Okay? So if you go to this spreadsheet, which I'll go ahead and throw in chat. Okay. If you go to this spreadsheet and you go over here and you just randomly select units from here. Okay? So like yeah, if you just randomly selected something, like I'm going to blindly click. Okay. All right, what do we got? We got Gaunt's Ghost. Okay, we're going to put that in a notepad. Gaunt's Ghost. And then so there's that. And then I'm going to let's go to 50%, and then we're going to randomly click. Okay, we got what is it? We got a Cadian command squad. And we did this until we had 2,000 points, and you just put it in combined arms. It's not going to be a GT winning list, but it's going to be fine, right? Like, you're going to be able to take this to a list, and you're not going to be losing too many games because your list is bad. Okay? Yeah, as long as you end up with, like, non-zero number of tanks and non-zero number of, like, infantry stuff, you're gonna be fine, right? Just like fudge it a little bit to make sure that it's a legal list and you don't have anything that's just dying at the start of the game, right? Because it's not in a or like the transport doesn't have anything inside it, or the Ogre bodyguard doesn't have a guy, right? Just go ahead and do that. But if you do that, you're gonna have a fine list. However, the follow-up to that is, I would say, easily 90% of the player base, if you are trying to play a competitive list, just steal one. Just go net list. It is okay. That's part of why. So part of why I have this spreadsheet in general is, one, I think it's interesting. I like knowing what other guard players are playing because sometimes it's different. Like it's interesting. You get to learn different things. And so there's this one. Where's Lucas? Was that on the last patch? Yeah. So we had like Lucas Stern somewhere in here. Where is he? There it is. Like this one popped up. Lucas Stern. This was here's the mid table, which was like a medium-sized GT. Yeah, 35 players in British Columbia, Canada. And I took a look at this. I'm like, okay, Gons goes, King Command Squad, Lord Solar. I don't know how I feel about Lord Solar. But then we got down here and it's like, oh, Triple Hydra. I didn't think Hydras were very good, so I played like 5 games with them, and I think they're okay, right? Like, my opinion of Hydras is higher now than before, and in fact, because I won a tournament a while back, I got 3 of them, and they're sponge painted mostly. You can kind of see there's like a gradient of color to them, right? Even if I turn it upside down, you got that color gradient because sponges. Anyway, um, so I have 3 of these. I spent some tournament winnings on them, and I have them. I played all the games on TTS, and I did not push them. I have not played those Hydras on an actual board at all yet, but I think they're better now than I did before. Also, you can just play this list. Like, this list won a GT. It is fine. Okay. However, there are lists. So let's easy example. If Wesley's list, if this does not look fun to you, don't play it. But you guys just look at my list, right? Like, I don't think this was the best list written of all time, but you know, Cadian Command Squad, Ogre Bodyguard, Rogel Doran, Ursula Creed, 10 Cadians, 20 Krieg, 1 Chimera, 1 Taurox, 5 Death Riders, 1 Hellhound, Kazurkin, Battle Tank, Exterminator, Aquilons. This is not the best list that you could write of all time. But I went 4-1, right? Like, it's good enough. It's going to let you do a lot of cool things. Let's find one that actually won. Not mine. Let's go ahead and take a look at Nick Jagelos. This is Dorns and Vanks, right? 2 Dorns, Cadians, Rough Riders, Hellhound, Exterminator, Vanquisher, Ratling, Scout Sentinel. Right? Like, this is... If you just copied this list, you're not going to lose because your list is worse, right? Maybe your list was like tailored for, and your opponent like is skewing into killing tanks a little bit better, but like, this list is good. There's a reason why it's doing well. Just go if you want to do as well as you can, and you're not already in a spot where you think you can win a GT. The best thing you can do is steal a list. Play it like 5 times before you go to the GT, so you understand some of the idiosyncrasies of the list. If you have access to the person, so if anybody is in here and is not already part of the Discord, yeah, I'll go ahead and link it at some point today. But if you have access to the person who like wrote the list, send them a message, right? If somebody wants to steal my list and they want to know how I play it, well, firstly, I'm a bit unique because you can just go watch my videos on the GTs. But if you want to know how to play this list, just send a DM to him and ask like, hey, how did this list work? Why do you have this piece and not this other piece? And they'll give you an answer. Majority of people in the 40k community are very happy to help in general. So I think stealing lists is probably the best way to remove the handicap of potentially bringing a bad list. If you don't know how to build good lists, it removes that issue. Anyway, let's get back to chat. Andrew Marlowe, thanks for the happy birthday wishes. I'm glad you appreciate all the videos that we're doing. I play Mech Guard, and I find Silent Bombs are crazy powerful. Have you come across them before? Are you talking about like the 5+5? Like a Command Squad +5? Or are you talking about like the Primaris Psychers? Like, what variant of Silent Bombs are you talking about? Lord Solar in this economy. Yeah, there's been... Here. If you don't already know, I'm pretty active on the Astra Militarum Reddit. To be honest, there's a lot of stuff in here that I'll look over and I will not pay any attention to. But this thread, there's a lot of people talking about like, yeah, Lord Solar is really important to guard lists, and so like, just like, no, it's not. There's another one. Where's the other one? Where is it? I was talking about Lord Solar. Hold on. We'll find it. We'll find it. I think it's in here. Solar. Ah, here it is. Okay. One thing I'd like to point out is Lord Solar is usually going to be an auto-include in most lists, so him being factored in as part of the super heavy cost doesn't seem fair. Okay. And to respond to that, here is the number of times Lord Solar has been taken in this data slate to a 4-1 or better. And it is once. And it was played by Joey something, Joel Rayner. 4-1. It's gone 4-1 once. However, there have been 17 player events that have gone 4-1 or better, and Lord Solar has shown up once. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back. Spongers are good for painting tanks. Yeah, so one of the big things... Here, I'll kind of show you. Actually, give me 1 second. You're going to get to see the rest of me. Okay, so talking about sponges a little bit. Which one is it? I don't know if I want to do that. Okay, whatever. So I got a couple of Tauruxes here. So this was the first Taurux I ever... not the first one. The first one since I came back to the hobby. And this is, it's got wheels. I like the wheels. I'm not a huge fan of the weird tread things. But this one was made, this was all brush paint. And it looks fine. Is it the best Taurux ever? No. Could I do more edge highlighting? Yes. Have I done all the rivets on this one? No. But this one is one that I got fairly recently. And I know this is not the best way to look at it, but this one is almost entirely sponge painted. And, considering how much time I spent on this one probably took me 6 hours or something, would be my guess. This one took me 1 hour. And it was all sponge painting. And I would say they look similar in terms of how good they actually look. This one's still got the treads because I bought it secondhand, and you can see I don't do the bottoms. Sorry, but this looks this looks fairly similar. The actual what do you call it? The actual depth of color to this one is better than on this one, but yeah. Anyway, Tauruxes. So sponge painting is really good. I kind of want to upgrade. So here's a Lehman Russ that I play with. And it's it's fine. It's got mud on the tracks, and I didn't do the bottom. But, it's got mud on the tracks. Plasma has a blue, but it's not I'm not the best painter in the world. But it's already starting to look worse compared to some of the other stuff that I've done. And so I kind of want to go back and repaint some of it, but we'll see how it goes. Okay. Let's go. Sam Wong, happy birthday, Joshi. Is that Team Liquid League of Legends shirt? Yeah, so I think this is 2022 Team Liquid. So, is there a year on here? I don't actually know what this means. We're going to look it up. But I did a lot of work for Team Liquid back in the day. Oh, the Gi. I never actually looked. Rise. Okay. Yeah, anyway. I got this when I was doing work for them, and they were just like, if you know who Damien Estrada is, he was just like, yeah, here's some extra stuff. What's your size? So I got this from them when I was doing Team Liquid Academy stuff back in like, when was this? This must have been like 2018? I don't know if there's a year on here. Worlds. Worlds. I'm not going to take off my shirt on here. It's just, I already gave you guys feet, so it is what it is. But anyway, thanks for happy birthday wishes, Sam. Thanks for happy birthday wishes, Liam. Back to Andrew. Scion Bomb 5-man plus Command Squad plus Psyker. Jumping out of transport. Scions give them full rerolls, sustain hits with orders, volley guns, plasma, and Melta for Surf, and potentially another order. Coupled with a Scout Sentinel, you can get these guys hitting on 2+, rerolling 1 sustained, +1 to wound with full rerolls to wound. Yeah, so this is tech that has been in the game for a long time. And my biggest thoughts on it are, so it's going to take you, I think it's 85 for a command squad. Has it gone up, actually? I'm double checking. Militar Tempestus. 85. Plus 70. Plus, I think it's 90 for Torx Prime? Plus 90. Plus the Psyker, I think is 60? Plus 60. That's 305 points. That is a lot of points for this unit. And it does good damage. Like, it will kill one of most of whatever it's attacking. But you know what else kills the same thing? Or, like, kills about as well for less than 305 points? A Royal Lord Commander. Right? Like, it's cool. It's just back when it was pre-nerf, when it was like 70, because it used to be like 70 for the guy, or for the command squad, like 50 for the guys. I think it's always been 90 for the Torx Prime, and then like 60. Back when it was like 270, and the Psyker had like D6 plus 3 shots, you still didn't see it very often in top lists. It's the kind of thing where it's not going to lose you the game, and it is cool. I do like it. I think it is cool. But you could spend less points and do about the same amount of damage and also have a toughness 12 2+ vehicle on the end. So I think it's cool. If I was playing Crusades, I would play with this because it's very cool. Yeah. I don't know. Giles Parks, if it says 2018, that's my guess. I think that's about the right year. For all this, you guys can verify. Thanks for the birthday wishes, Jack. It's good to see you. Hope you guys have been doing well and you've been enjoying your guard experience. Yeah. Combo Scion Bomb with the transport is expensive, but I find the firepower far outweighs Adorn. That's good. Like, if you are having success with it, keep doing it. I played a couple of games with them in the Index. I thought they were okay. But yeah, like, if you're having success with it, keep doing it, man. Someone asked, what's the crown on my head? I actually don't know. Steel Spider, it says you are a top fan. I don't know what that means, but currently the top fans, people are getting experience for like saying things in chat, it looks like. So Giles Parks is the #1 fan with 175 experience, then Steel Spider, then Killian. So there you go. Now we know. Painting a door now. Thanks for the content to keep you going, but absolutely. Yeah, I've been toying with the idea because Tacoma Open is coming up in about a week, like a week and a half or something. It's the 7th today, so it's like 10 days until the next one. And I am very torn on what I want to take to this event. So as I've kind of been talking about, there are four like major styles of guard that are worth thinking about, and I am probably I've like so there's like Nassim's Bulgrin is one of the ones I'm thinking about, depending on what the so okay so I gotta complain just a little bit. I know Patrick Greatbatch in in here went to Edmonton, and I think Edmonton had one of the I'll just say it, one of the worst player packs I've seen for like a major event in a long time. And let me see if I can find it. Um, Edmonton. Okay, copy that. Put it here. Crop. Resize. Okay, there we go. So this was the Edmonton mission pack. Okay, so let's just talk about the things that are in this. One, Dawn of War. Layout 5. Let me show you guys what this actually looks like. Hold on. Blah blah blah. Linchpin. Whatever. Dawn of War. No twists. Linchpin. On. Layout 5. Okay. We're gonna show you guys. Hold on, I need to send this image to myself. Bam, bam. Okay. Someone sent me a message. Okay. Okay. This is Dawn of War Layout 5. This was Mission 1. Okay? You have all of this right here is dead deployment space. This is all dead deployment space, right? If you want to shoot from one side of the board to the other, you can. Right? Like just from this corner alone, you can see all of this. There's nowhere to hide. There is absolutely nowhere to hide on this. Okay? This is that. There's also sweeping engagement and sweeping engagement again. Okay? So one of the major things about this, so I ended up playing Donald Plummer on, I think it was on layout 3, okay, and it was sweeping engagement. So the objectives were like, there's like one here, okay, and then it was like something like this, right? Okay, Donald Plummer, who's a fantastic Tau player and is currently playing Death Guard. And last I talked to him, I think he was looking at taking Death Guard to Tacoma. On turn 2, he rapid ingresses Mortarion over here. Okay? Mortarion can now never interact with this objective. He is never getting there. He doesn't have the range. If he advances for like 3 turns and rolls high, maybe on turn 5, he is charging something on that objective. It is so far. This whole thing is terrible. Layout 3 I think is okay. But double sweeping engagement, Dawn of War, and then a mix of like, actually this is like, I mean, outside of the sweeping engagement and Dawn of War, like you are radically switching between huge firing lanes and like no firing lanes at all, just back and forth and back and forth. So if My big thing is there's like a certain level of player that you get to where you just kind of assume rounds 1 and 2 aren't real. Okay? Rounds 1 and 2 are the rounds where if you are going into an event with any kind of expectation that you're going to go X and 1 or potentially win the event, you need to have the expectation that you are just going to be better than your round 1 and round 2 opponents. And sometimes you draw Art of War round 1 and you go, well, darn. But you have to just kind of assume that if you're playing, um, I don't know how many people are going to Tacoma. Let's say it's 800. If 800 people are there, and you are, I do not think it would be ridiculous to say I'm in the top 100 players going to Tacoma. If it is an 800, 7 out of 8 times, I'm going to be significantly better than my round 1 opponent. At which point, the armies that we're playing don't matter very much. Um, so like I can probably win these no matter what. However, day 2 and 3, these are the ones where you really have to start going like, and building armies to play that. And if I were to do that, I would probably play like on a Seams Bulgrin style because all of these are ones where it's reasonably closed, and you can actually like just beat things up with Bulgrin. So anyway, I'm hoping we will see. I'll have like 3 lists ready to go, and then on Thursday, the day before, you can go check in early the night before, and you will get the player pack at that point. And then list submission is due before round 1 starts. So yeah. Anyway, so we'll see. I have a couple of different lists that I'm thinking about playing, and we will actually go and figure that out the night before. So I've got a bunch of TTS lined up over the next like 2 weeks or so. Okay. Steel Spider, I made a Fallout platform for the Cadian Field Orange Spider so I can build all 3 variants from one box. Too bad they are hard to get value in game. Nice. Yeah, were you the one talking about all the different Kazurkin that you can build? I think there's a lot of cool stuff you can do with all the different 3 prints. And people say UKTC is bad. Okay, I've never played on UKTC. I don't know if this is a hot take. So I have 2 takes about like formats in 40K. Okay. The first one is that none of the new detachments that we're getting should be playable in a tournament until they've received an FAQ. Right? Grotmus shouldn't be available right away. The Mordaka and some of the other stuff, like the new stuff like Subterranean Assault and Wrath of the Rock, and whatever the other one was, just make Games Workshop take 2 weeks and then give it an FAQ, and then we can figure it out. Because there are some weird interactions, particularly in Subterranean, and there were some stupid interactions that were in Mordaka. And so, for me, seeing the new detachments come out, we should have the same expectation about those as we do about like codexes, where we will not allow a new codex until it has an FAQ, right? It doesn't address like some of the issues that are coming out. The other one is I think different tournament circuits should just play the same terrain around the world, right? Like teams, WTC can do whatever they want for teams, right? Because teams and singles, I think, are distinct enough, but it is very odd to me that apparently the games that they do like all their testing on are like these, right? They're all the Games Workshop ones. When they are like doing their design testing, whatever, and then we try and take those same rules and play them on WTC terrain and UKTC terrain, and then whatever it is that Texas does sometimes. It's just like the data that we have is just like not that useful. That's why I did a video like a couple of weeks ago where it's just like, what is the difference between Guards win rate on WTC and UKTC and Games Workshop terrain? And it's like, well, it turns out like we're actually pretty similar, but the the lists are probably pretty different. So just trying to support all of this at the same time, I think, is very odd. So just yeah, from someone who comes in like esports a lot, one of the big things that I have always valued about playing esports and video games in general is um, the game that you see played on stream by like the top players is the exact same game that I have access to. So, like watching League of Legends, one of my major gripes that I had about that was during World season. So it was like I think it's like November. During November is when the World Championships for League of Legends happens, and the World Championships takes about a month. It's a long time, and generally, the Worlds patch, just as it does in like 40K, the Worlds patch, you know what you are playing on. I think it's like 2 weeks before Worlds actually happens. And then when you are watching that game, I have a major gripe because while the game is happening at Worlds and we are still watching the World Championship, there's like new patches that are happening during Worlds, and so I can be watching the best players in the world do X, Y, and Z on these characters, and it doesn't work in my games anymore while I'm watching them because the game has changed since then. And so I just think it's very odd. I really value having like a consistent format across different areas, but different people like different things. So it is what it is. Yeah, Josh is out there playing an all-terrain set, so it's not like they have no info on it. That's true, and Josh is very good. I thought the most recent Leeds finals was an odd watch. Like, I don't know. The terrain stuff towards the end was odd, but it kind of is what it is. Guess there's no going back at this point. Yeah, it is what it is. Anyway, what was I talking about originally? We went on a couple of different tangents there. Someone sent me a message. Cool. Leeds was odd in general. What does that mean, Jack? I only really saw the final game between Josh and Scott, but I know there was like some people were questioning why like the first 5 rounds were on the new UKTC and some of it was on the old UKTC. But I don't really know a whole lot. Trevor, sorry if you've already addressed it, hopping back into the stream. What's the Warna TTS League you were thinking about? Okay, good question, actually. So my big thing is I have a lot of time right now because I am unemployed. I am working on finding work. That's what I'm doing. So I'm trying to find a job. Sending out most days. I'll send out like half a dozen applications to different things, and because of that, I have a lot more time to think about 40K. I have a lot more time to talk about 40K. I have a lot more time to not make videos. Just kidding. And one of the things that I used to do was I was a tournament organizer for a long time. So I kind of want to get into that. So my biggest thought about doing a TTS event within my Discord is naturally, because I am predominantly a guard content creator, and exclusively a guard content creator right now, most of the people who are in my Discord are also going to be guard players. Which means that most people in a TTS league would want to play guard, which is understandable. Which means it would be a lot of guard mirrors, which some people would have some fun doing. I would probably actually mess around with a different army, to be entirely honest. But it was... but yeah, I'll be looking more into it like later this week. Starting tomorrow, I'll probably take a look at it. And then if people want... I'll probably talk to Nemo as well, because he also runs like Alpha League. And so they'll have like some ideas on what the best things to do with that are. So I am looking into it. I don't have a direct answer for that right now, but it is something that I think would be fun to do, and maybe we could get some content out of it too. What was the terrain hijinks in the final? So one of the things that I saw that was very odd. Um, Here, let's move all this. So this is of course not the terrain format that they were playing at the time. Okay, so this is not an exact example, but Scott had a lictor on, let's say it's this thing, and he was like, yeah, I can fit a lictor, and it's basically just a lictor on this terrain piece that is still on the objective. And then on the other side, Josh Roberts had like, well, I have Gilliman and like 3 scouts over on this side, and they're all hidden by the wall. While Scott was like, but I can only hide a lictor on my side. And so they had to like come and like remeasure the terrain, and maybe it got bumped, maybe it didn't. I don't know. But the fact that it was so significantly different right at the beginning was, or like in like round 4, ended up being a big deal because Scott was like, he has like a unit of gargoyles like here, and they moved out and tried to put enough OC onto this objective such that Josh couldn't hold it. And I don't remember what the exact resolution to it was. I think they moved the terrain a little bit, but it was very like, huh, that large of a difference probably should have gotten caught earlier in the game, but it wasn't. And I don't know if it actually had an effect on the winner. I think Josh kind of had it locked up from what I could tell, but it was like, that's odd. Someone lost a game as they didn't add a hold more at the end. Was reported within 5 minutes, and they refused to change it. Yeah, that's tough. I think. Yeah, I don't know. I have a lot of mixed feelings about finding stuff like after the game. Like after a score was reported, I I'm sympathetic to both sides of that. Because on the one hand, if it's caught quickly, it can be changed, right? Um, but there's a certain point where it's like both players agreed to submit the score, and at that point it's like, eh, you kind of lost your window. It's a very there's if the person who won is willing to say, "Oh, no, you won," and then kind of like concede from that position, I think that is the best way to do it. But if they're not, it's just like, well, you already shook hands and submitted the score. I don't know. It feels weird. Yeah, the game is what it is. So I am sympathetic to everyone involved. It's a bad situation, and it is what it is. But yeah, that's too bad. I know UKTC generally does a pretty good job with like being responsive to changes that the community wants to see, which I think is really cool. I would love to have something like more coordinated in different parts of the U.S. as well. That's one of the things I think would be really cool to do, and why NTL, like the National Teams League, NTL 40K or National Tabletop League, whatever, how they have like the DreamHack, and they have like their own where is it? League format. Pairings. Is this it? Yeah. Like I don't agree with everything that they're doing. But they have like their own thing that they try and do. And I think that's cool. And as long as you can actually like do the thing, such that that all works out and it's a consistent way of doing things, I'm a big fan. So I think if this was more common, not necessarily specifically NTL, but someone who's able to do this kind of thing, like WGC, I think is also cool. Um, yeah. Okay. All right. So we're looking at the lists. Talked about indirect. Is there anything else that people kind of wanted to talk about? Those were most of the things I just kind of had on the docket. Someone asked about coaching at some point. Yeah, Zaid. If you do, just send me like a message on Discord and we can talk about it. One of the things that I feel about doing coaching is I feel like I end up like rehashing the same things a lot for different people, which is fine. But I also think, how should I put this? So if we go to my channel and we just go to like the members only stuff, I think a lot of people can get about the same value from me doing coaching as spending $5 and just going and watching some of the previous coaching sessions I've done with other people. And if you are willing to do that, then I think it's a better use of money for most people to do that instead of directly paying me, because I think probably the most useful coaching session I've done was this one with Trevor. Is this also you, Trevor? I don't remember. Trevor's a reasonably common name. Where if you have like specific questions and specific ideas that you're trying to bounce off of me, I think that is probably the best thing to do. Like if you have specific things that you're trying to work on, it's good. And then also one of the other things, so here's something that I think would be really useful in general is if you are in the middle of a game, okay? And you have, like, let's say it's like turn 2 or whatever, and you go, this turn is really hard, and I don't know if I'm going to make the right decisions. I think one of the most useful things that someone could do that I could help with is, like, at the beginning of the turn, before they've done any of their moves, they say, okay, I've drawn these 2 cards, and I've taken a screenshot or I've taken a photo of the board, and then talk about the, and then take a photo of the board at that point, and then play their turn, and then come back, take a photo of the board again, and ask, and then like talk to me about it, right? Like here's the board state. What would you have done? And here's why I actually did. Why are they different? Like, what is different between these two, and where can we figure out what the differences are in order to like help you understand? I'm not going to be giving the correct answer every single time, but I'm going to be giving an answer that is generally it's not always going to be the best answer, but we can at that point like figure out like, hey, this is what I think the best answer is. Let's talk a little bit about the difference between what I'm thinking about and what you're thinking about, and go from there. I think that would probably be one of the most effective things someone could do if they wanted to be coached. Okay, we're gonna go down. So other Trevor. Okay, Gary B. Is it me or is Guard in a really bad spot at the moment? So in general, I think Guard is fine. So Guard has been for most of the edition like a top 5 to at worst top 10, but usually top 5 part of the meta. We have, in my opinion, Guard has been a gatekeeper faction. You need to be ready to have an even or better game into Guard if you are trying to win a GT. If you're just trying to play, like, you don't need to worry about it. But if you want to win a GT, you need to be ready to beat Guard. Guard has tough tanks. Guard has high-value infantry. Guard has great shooting and good tools to blunt melee attackers. So Guard is just good, and our data sheets are fine, and Voice of Command is easily a top 3 army rule in the entire game. Thousand Suns is probably better. Death Guard is up there in terms of like how good the like army rule is. It's better than Eldar. It's better than Tyranids. Yeah, we are. It's better than Oath at the moment. Yeah, we are definitely like one of the best army rules in the entire game. Um, with that in mind, this is probably the first time this edition where I think guard is no longer like top 5, and I think we're arguably in the top 10. It is a list where if you take a look at the list that people are playing now, and then take a look at the list that we were playing like a year ago, or like okay, that's a little bit unfair. When the Codex came out, or yeah, even like a year ago, because a lot of our combined arms lists haven't changed that much in terms of like their general shell that they're playing. We have basically lost like 200 points of stuff, right? Like every list that I'm writing right now, if I just had 3 extra units of Catachan, it would be super, super good. I am a much better player now than I was a year ago. So I don't think guard is in a bad place. I just think guard is middle of the pack, and if you just take the good units, we're fine. I don't. But here's the other part of that. I don't think guard plays the way that non-hyper competitive players want it to play. Like if you want to play where the pieces are just basically chess pieces and they could be any kind of thing, guard is good. Like guard is really good in terms of just chess pieces on a board. But in terms of like the actual like feeling of guard these days, I think it's not what a lot of people want. Our infantry is weirdly durable with take cover. Our tanks are weirdly fast with 3-inch move, move, move. And I think people want guard to be a little bit more of a lumbering behemoth, and with an emphasis on the lumbering, and we're too fast, right? It is, and that's not something most players take good advantage of. So that's my general thoughts. Gino, happy birthday, Josh. Your YouTube videos have been a huge help on Warhammer 40k competitive journey. Thanks for sharing your knowledge, especially as the scene is still growing in my country. I'm glad that this has been useful to you. What country are you coming from? I know there's a lot of places where it's still building up. Is only starting in 10th edition, no past knowledge. Why does GW not support their own TTS version of play and pay for skins, etc.? There seems like a missed opportunity, especially with the recent drama. So my understanding, and I'm not the best person to speak on this, but my understanding is that Games Workshop thinks of themselves as a model company first and foremost, and any kind of they are not a games company, they are a model company. So with that in mind, it makes a little bit more sense that they are not that interested in TTS. They are not. The competitive community is a tiny portion of the people who actually play 40k in general. So, they could try and build it up, but that's not what they want to do, and we'll see if that changes at some point. What do you think about the difference between SoCal and the Washington scenes? So my general thought, I've been to 3 GTs at this point. I am 11-3. I went 3-2 at one where I lost to the winner, and second place. I went 4-0, and then everybody voted to end the event after 4 rounds, so I won a GT. And then I went 4-1 at an event in Oregon, where I ended up playing against Alex, and I ended up losing to the only person I lost to. My opponent hit like a 1 in 25. Excuse me, I killed my Rogaldorn commander out of nowhere. So my big thoughts about 40k in SoCal versus in the Pacific Northwest is that the average, like, your mid-tables here in the Pacific Northwest are on average weaker than they are in SoCal. However, the top players are still top players. What I mean by this is there are more people that I'm playing against in, like, the mid-tables that don't know how visibility works and don't know how benefit of cover works at a much higher rate than you do down in SoCal. SoCal, because it has such a high concentration of strong players, you kind of need to learn how like all of the parts of the game works very quickly, and it's a little bit more. SoCal tends to be a little bit more like, here are the rules, we play the rules. Whereas in the Pacific Northwest, it's a growing scene, and I think that the mid tables are going to get stronger as like more events are happening. But I don't think it is as developed of a scene yet, and so it hasn't had those mid tables catch up yet. Gustavo's model is still an abomination. Oh yeah, the Lord Solar thing here, it's pretty funny. I did have a question from Jack. What do you think of Nassim's Bulgrin list? It looked really thin on the ground and really unforgiving because of it. So I have actually played the. So I've played this list twice. I played one of them into Big Brick's Blood Angels, which I don't think is the strongest way to play Blood Angels right now. And then I also played it into Double Norn Subterranean. I think it was Double Norn. Subterranean Tyranids. And I got a 20 into the Blood Angels, and I got an 11 into the Tyranids, where it probably would have been. I failed a really high number of Battleshock tests during the Shadow and the Warp, so it probably should have been a 12. But regardless, the thing about this is it has just enough stuff. Like, to kind of respond to how thin it is, if it had one less thing, I think this list would crumble. Like, even if you just lost, like, this Catachan unit, like, this list doesn't work. However, Bulgrin are such a disproportionate problem as long as they are not out in the open. Like, if your opponent can just shoot the Bulgrin without reprise, list is gonna have a bad time. But if you're playing in places like WTC, or my understanding of the new UKTC maps where there are like those big ruins where you can hide in, I can see this having a lot of success. It does not have the long-range firepower to go toe-to-toe with like Montka or Kauyon Tau, or even like Ironstorm. I think this would potentially have like some real troubles with. But if you are just trying to get into a brawl, there is not a lot that is going to, one, punch its way through Bulgrin, and two, just survive a Fields of Fire Rogaldorn commander where everything is just +1 AP and potentially ignoring cover from the Hellhound. Like, this is not the way I enjoy playing 40k, but I understand it. This list is just going to go, and it's going to brawl, and it is going to beat most brawling armies. It just brawls extraordinarily well. But that's basically all it does. So, you know, it's good enough. I think Nassim can play this. I think if you were playing on Games Workshop, it's not very good. Jury's still on UKTC. VOD review is good. Yes, VOD review is very good. That's one of the things I've been looking at for a while, and some of my favorite videos that I've done. Review. Yeah, these match reviews. So the last one I did, so there's David. Is this the last one I did? Has it really been 4 months? Yeah. So one of the big things about these games, about the match reviews that I kind of want to do, and I do want to do more of them, is one, I want the guard player to lose. Because it usually means if the guard player loses that that their opponent played better than them most of the time. And I think that is more interesting to talk about when there are, hey, we lost, and I think these are the reasons why. That's why David Purcell versus John Lennon was good. That's why John Lennon versus Folger Piles was good. But there was... And the other big thing is I want there to be at least one of the players to be pretty good. So I think the last guard matchup that I watched... Oh, and the last thing is I wanted to actually be 5 turns. So those are the 3 things. One, at least one of the players needs to be good. Guard has to, like, I prefer guard to lose, and because it's easier, and I want it to be 5 turns. So I think the last game that I watched that guard lost on a stream was Nick Jagiello, like, yesterday. But I think the main reason why he lost is just because his opponent was playing Ironstorm, and his opponent used the shoot back, and on the shoot back, he just killed an entire Dorn. Like, I don't really feel like he made any bad decisions in that spot. So, it is what it is. But if there are other games, and if you find them, um, I'm always down. Put them in the stream games in the Discord, and I'll go take a look at them. Steel Spy, a double punishment from Battleshock would hopefully be balanced fixed in 11th edition. Yeah, I think Battleshock is in a weird spot, but I'm not a game designer. One of my big things to kind of think about would be like if all army rule, like it was either more army rules got turned off if you lost or if you got battle shocked, or something. I feel it feels odd that guard is kind of uniquely double punished for being battle shocked, but it is what it is. Gino from the Philippines, nice. Yeah, I know that the scene in Southeast Asia and Oceania is starting to pick up. So I saw there was an event recently in Kuala Lumpur that was going on. That was cool to see. Do you think 20 Kriegers are still good? I'm finding that only one 20-man block is very weak and 2 is too expensive. So I think they're still good. Yeah, I think they are like... I think if they went up like 5 more points, I would just always take a Vanquisher. But at 145, I think they are... I think they're a meta read more than anything else. Yeah. I think they're good. They're not like great, but they're still good. They still... So here's the other thing to remember about like 40k list building in general that I think a lot of people like lose sight of. Whenever points changes happen, they don't change what the unit does, right? Like a 20 brick of Krieg is exactly the same durability now and has exactly the same damage output now as it did when it was 130 points. That did not change. So I think the last time that we actually had like a rule change was Krieg Engineers when they lost 3 inches and could no longer do their mortals from out of line of sight. So that can't happen anymore. That's a rule change. That fundamentally changed the unit. However, the Krieg brick is exactly the same. The question then becomes, is this the cheapest thing to do the job that I want it to? Okay? And one of the big things here is 145 points on Krieg makes it exactly like they're going to stand on your home, or they're going to stand on your natural objective. That's still going to be a thing. But the question that becomes is, could I have done that for cheaper that would have still accomplished it? Sometimes the answer is yes, depending on what terrain you're playing on. Sometimes you just need one idiot with one OC to stand on the objective and you're set. Like, that's all you need to do. But sometimes the answer is, you still need that. Like, you still need 20 guys with a 4-up save to be standing on this objective. So, like, that's the big thing. It depends on what your mission pack is, I think. Yeah, people look at me like I'm crazy when I say that. Once the game starts, points don't matter. Yeah, points do not matter once the game starts. That's a big reason why I'll trade Kazurkin for scouts and a lot of Gladius style builds. You just go kill those scouts because once they don't have scouts, they don't have cheap things to do anything anymore. Whereas guard still has plenty of cheap things, so you just go kill their cheap things, and now they have to start fighting you with ballista dreads and doing like recover assets with vindicators, and you're like, nice. What's my favorite bad guard unit? I don't know if I'm supposed to bring up Wahapedia on stream, so I'm just not going to, and we'll find out. Let me take a look through our stuff. Oh, okay. Hold on, is that my favorite? Very easy shout out to Armored Sentinels. So this is a little bit more deep lore. Not Warhammer Community, Warhammer Store. Not that. Here, this one. Okay. So this is a little bit of deep lore about me. When I first was introduced to Warhammer, there's a couple things I looked at, and I was, um, I knew from the beginning that I was either going to play Guard or Eldar, and old armored Sentinel, and one of my favorite models at the time was the armored Sentinel. And actually, I really like their new design, actually. But the old one was one of the first things that like kind of got me into it. It's like, oh, it's a chicken walker. Chicken walkers are awesome. However, in 10th edition, they're just kind of bad. Like they don't. You just look at it, and you're just like, what does this do? What does it accomplish? It's just tanky. It doesn't really do any damage in melee or shooting. Like, it's just kind of there. So that I think is a little bit unfortunate. Ooh, I wonder. Yeah, the 1 CP minus 1 damage. Let me read Ursula Creed's ability really quick. Abilities. Once per battle round, one unit from your army with this ability can use it when a friendly regiment unit within 12 inches of that model is targeted with a stratagem. I wonder if there's like a world where you can take the armored sentinel and you take Ursula Creed in like Hammer the Emperor and use the -1 damage strat, the one that used to be in the Index and is now in Hammer the Emperor. I wonder if that has any play. It sounds kind of bad in my head now that I'm saying it out loud, but that's probably my favorite bad guard unit. Valkyrie is up there. Valkyrie is very cool. Okay, I do want to talk about the Valkyrie a little bit. Valkyrie. So, Valkyrie 40k. Valkyrie, when I was playing in like 5th edition, I had 3 of these. And I would play air cavalry. I would run them around as stormtroopers. And they had like las cannons. They were cool because you could give them like the Vendetta loadout, and that was still really cool. The thing about the Valkyrie is that this unit is really not that far off from being good. Like not just playable, but good. So one of the big things about the Valkyrie is that at 190 points, it does no damage. However, this thing is a Hellhound that moves 20 inches. It's tankier than a Hellhound because it has 14 inches, still T10 2+. Like, this is a vehicle that is annoying. And the other thing, I don't have my Valkyrie because I sold it. But I have a box. And so the wings of the Valkyrie is like 9 inches across, right? And the other major thing is because if you are in hover mode, the wings are you're just a tank that has fly. And so if you are this large, your entire body is the hull, which means that as soon as it is there, your opponent cannot move within an inch of a giant body. And it's a Hellhound. T10 2+ save. It doesn't really do any damage, but to be honest, neither does the Hellhound. And so if the Valkyrie just went forward and stood in front of your opponent's army, if you just had 3 of them, and on turn 1, you just went, meow, your opponent is stuck. Like, what is going on? They can't do anything from that position. So Valkyrie Jail is a very real thing that if this went down probably 30 points, you would see Valkyries being played all the time. Not because it does any damage, but just because it's a T10 2+ body. That just gets in the way of everything. The other big thing about the Valkyrie that I think is kind of underexplored, especially for teams, is the ability for it to be a crazy rapid ingress threat. And the big thing for that is if you were to put like Scions or Kazarkin inside this, that's going to kill stuff on your opponent's home objective almost every single time, right? If you need to kill a Taliban, or you need to kill 10 Pox walkers, or um, Creed squad, whatever, a Valkyrie plus the guys inside are going to be able to do that. And once you do that, you now have like this unit in your opponent's side of the board. The problem is it just costs, it's kind of a lot. It's like Kazarkin plus the Valkyrie is like 300 points. And if you can get your opponent off of their home objective by like 1-inch deep striking guys onto their home objective, the Valkyrie will do a lot of work that way. Like it's really cool. And in singles, it's a problem because, like what Sam said, the other issue for the Valk is that there could just be 6 Armiger Halverins gunning it down. Yes, if you are going to go into Knights, or you're going to go into Guard or Tau, like your Valkyrie is just getting shot out of the sky. But if you are trying to play it into like Blood Angels, or you're trying to play it into Orcs or something, I don't know, you can just kill your opponent's home objective pretty easily and pretty consistently. So the Valkyrie, I think, is not far off of being played, but it's like, oh wait, that's a great thing. I'm probably going to experiment with a Valkyrie build for Challengers Cup, for 8-man teams, and we'll see. Valkyries are really cool. I want them to be good. Valken mechanized, yeah, that sounds pretty good. I was gone for a minute getting food. We're playing Valkyries now? No, we're talking about our favorite bad guard units. I think Valkyrie is my favorite bad one. At what points cost would you actually play them? I think like for singles, probably like 160 would be my guess. That would be my guess. I'd look at them again if they were at like 170. But 160, I think, is like, yeah, you probably start taking these. And your priest to give it rerolls. Yeah, Sacred Unguents. Firstly, it's one of my favorite words. Oh, you can't do it because it says excluding aircraft. But if it's in hover, it's no longer an aircraft. I don't even know what the guns on the Valkyrie are these days. It used to just be las cannons back in the day. Heavy bolter, Hellstrike missiles. Oh, you get a las cannon? War gear. Oh, yeah, so you get a las cannon. You can either take the Hellstrike missiles or the multiple rocket pods. Ooh, you do not take these last Helens. There's no point. Oh, the rocket pods are also terrible. Oh, God. Like, what is that? You have the choice between... Do you get 2 Hellstrike missiles? You get 1 last Howland shot? Oh, that's terrible. Yeah. Yeah, because the Hellstrike missiles is 1 shot. Anti-fly 2+, which is funny, but it... Oh, man. Dude, last Helens suck. I think you just take the 2 multiple rocket pods, so then you have 2d6 plus 2 blast at 601. Oh, that's those thing. What's the ability again? At the end of your opponent's movement phase, you can disembark. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so it's a las cannon, 2d6 at 601, and 3 heavy bolters. Like, it's fine. I want to play Valkyries. I want them to be good again. But I also think like the Valkyrie has to do no damage, in order for it to like be even a little okay. So I will screw around with some Valkyries in like TTS for teams, and going from there, seeing what's up with that. Cool. Yeah. Valkyries are cool. Okay. All right. Questions. I saw someone asking about chess. Who did that? So Mighty Quinn, when did I get into chess? So I've been playing chess for at least 20 years. Uh, I remember playing in chess tournaments in 4th grade. So that would have been 2004 when I was about 10. So my big thing. So if there are any chess players in here, feel free to add me on chess.com. Profile. Okay. So this is me. I play most of these days. I've been playing Blitz, and I've been hovering somewhere between 1700 and 1750 for the most part. I peaked 1760. Yeah, 1767 was my all-time peak. And then yeah, I'm pretty good at chess. I'm not the best, but yeah, I've been a massive nerd my entire life. Like, I've just been going. Like, my only like real physical competition that I've ever really done was tennis, and I did it because it was kind of fun, not because I was passionate about it, but it was a sport that I did. And then, but anyway, yeah, I remember I have some distinct memories of when I was in 4th and 5th grade. There was a chess club at my elementary school that would meet like after schools, and every I think it was every semester we would have a chess tournament at the end, and it was just a double elimination tournament with like 30 kids or whatever. And in both my 4th and 5th grade, or both tournaments that I remember, we would get to the end of it, and I had a bad problem when I was a kid of like, and this is actually still true. Like when I play over the board chess, is I just like, I don't know if this move's good, but it looks fun. And honestly, I also do this in like playing online. I was like, I don't know if this move's good, but it's gonna lead to something funny. So I'll do that. And so when I was in 4th and 5th grade, both tournaments that I remember, I played against the same kid, and this kid was a problem child. He would get in fights a lot. I don't know what he's like now. Obviously, this is a long time ago, but he clearly was angry as a child. Um, and I would play it, and he would beat me the first time. And it was a double elimination tournament. And then both tournaments afterwards, I would then be like, okay, now I can't go make bad moves. I actually have to try and win. And I would then go back and play him again in finals, where I would double eliminate him in finals. And he would get so mad. Because, like, the first time I was like, okay, fine, he beat me. And then the second loss, because we would play the first elimination and the double elimination immediately afterwards. The first one, he was like, okay, fine. And the second one, when I beat him twice, he was so upset. So that's the biggest thing. And then when I went to middle school, where we also had a chess club, I had a good friend named Tim, and Tim would ride a unicycle to school while he was reading a book on the unicycle. Anyway, interesting guy. But he and I were the two best players in the middle school chess club, and we could not play quietly, so they kicked us out of the chess club. That was funny. If I couldn't play combined for whatever reason, what detachment would I play? I would probably put the time into making mechanized, like getting good at mechanized. I think mechanized has a lot of play to it. It's just hard. And I have like that weird middle amount of time where like if I was willing to play a TTS game every day, I would probably put time into mechanized because it's fun and it's cool. And I really like scything away parts of my opponent's army where it's like, and that side of the board is dead, and now that side of the board is dead, but not necessarily hiding. And so I was like, when I was playing up against his name is Alex at my last GT, he did not get to shoot a tank at my tanks for 3 turns, and then when I finally showed my tanks to his tanks, it's because I had just killed a Dorn and a Vanquisher. So that was a lot of fun, and I think Mechanized can do similar things that way. So I would probably put time into playing Mechanized because it's just cool. But yeah, I've been a nerd for a long time. I don't I don't think puzzles ratings really mean anything, but I also play a lot of bullet. But I usually play my bullet on Leechess because it just feels, for whatever reason, bullet feels better. And then my bullet here is 1907. My bullet here is 1657. So I think I'm actually, considering like Leechess starts you about 300 points higher than chess.com, I think this is actually a better bullet rating than my Leechess one, which has been. But I've also like had a bad run recently. Let's see. Total games. But I still have more wins than losses. So there you go. But yeah, if people want to play chess, I'm down. I do like chess. Oh yeah, I was talking about my other favorite models. Okay, so back when I was first getting into 40K back in like 2011 or so, there were a couple things. So the Sentinels spoke to me. Also, when I saw these, not necessarily, looking back, these models are not great, but there were guys on horses with sticks. And if I were to ever play Old World, I would play Bretonia and just play as many mounted knights as I could, because the idea of like charging the greater demons with spears on a horseback is awesome. But the other one that really spoke to me was the Swooping Hawks. I love these old models. I also love these new models. They're both fantastic. Like, I honestly love the one thing about the new models I don't quite love as much, as we take a look at these, is that the beak is a little bit less pronounced on the new models, right? If you take a look at the old models, look at how pronounced that beak is. It actually looks just like a bird. Whereas these ones, they're still cool, but you don't have the same like pronounced beak. Like you just have the long heads, and I don't like, you could paint them a little bit differently in order to like exacerbate the beak, but I think you'd actually have to like take a Dremel or something, because the big thing here is, if you take a look at this, like it comes to like that point there, which I think was really cool. But these ones don't really have it. Like you actually have to like cut into it. And I am many things, but a modeler is not really one of them. So the new Swooping Hops are cool. So are the old ones. The new Baharoth though. Baharoth is one of the greatest models of all time. Like look at the beak on that, man. Is that not like the best Birdman you've ever seen? It's fantastic. I love this model. I really want one. It's one of the few models that I would actually get, not necessarily even to play, but just because it's super sick. I love birds. Okay. Yeah, I think that was all the stuff that I had set up to talk about. So if people have questions, I'm down to keep on talking about them. But the other thing I was kind of wanting to do a little bit is show off the new game, Summer Sale. This is something that I've been having a lot of fun with over the past couple of days. My friend messaged me. Is it going to open? Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need to save. Don't save. Don't need that. Okay. So if anybody is watching still, if you guys have ever played the game FTL Faster Than Light, this game was great. This game, I don't know when it came out. 10 years. So it's probably like, I feel like I remember playing this one in college. Or university for all the Brits. But this game was great. And this game is FTL, but definitely not 40K. So as you can kind of see here, So go to the list of ships. So you have like your Imperial cruisers, and they are very heavily inspired by 40k ships, right? Like this also just kind of looks like a corn ship, and then you have your Imperial cruiser, blah blah blah. And I'm still unlocking a lot of stuff in this game. But the other big thing is you have like Imperial Enforcers, a Keeper of Order. Oh wow, it's Arbites, Psychoflagellants. And then you have like your commanders. So you start off with like an exile, but you also have like Psyker. They're even called Psychers. Um, Cybernetics. So you have your machine priests, the Archmage. I think this is supposed to be a Grey Knight, but not 100% sure. Cyberfused, another like machine thing. Roughneck, I don't have. But as you go through, like you can find all kinds of different things throughout the course of this game. Anyway, so if people have questions, I'm happy to keep talking about 40k. But other than that, I just kind of wanted to vibe out with you guys and just kind of hang out, and you guys can help me or like make fun of me as I mess things up. What do I want to do? We'll just play the basic stuff. But yeah. One of the other fun things I've been doing recently with my club, the Get Hammer, which is down in Southern California, is we started doing like in-house scrims that I've been organizing. No. Yeah, so this doesn't actually present any threat to me at this point in the game. But one of the things that we've been doing is in-house scrims. So what I've been doing is just like making people do a matrix, and then we'll play a couple of games and kind of see like what actually happens when we pair up a couple of people. And something that I've been thinking a lot about recently is trying to find ways to help people actually understand how to play when they're like unfavored in the matrix. And I think it's a skill that a lot of people just like don't have, just because it's not, you don't play the same way when you're trying to actually like play you don't play the same way when like you're unfavored. And there's a difference between like I'm trying to get an 8 versus like I'm trying to get a 5. Because if you're trying to get an 8, like normally you still have to play. You're mostly still just playing a normal game and seeing if you can spike a little bit higher in terms of like actually like scoring points. Whereas if you are playing a 5, at that point, like there's not a lot of actual matchups in 40k where you are expecting to get a 5. Most of the time, trying to get a 5 means like if I was trying to win this, it's either going to be like I'm going to get like a 12 or I'm going to get a 0 because I'm just going to die. I'm going to take some big gamble, and it's either going to work or not. But in teams, there's a very big difference when you're like 30% I get a 12 and 70% I get a 0. You just don't take those risks in team environments, and I think a lot of people are not like prepared to do that kind of stuff. So if that's something people are interested in, I'd be down to just like talk at some point about like actually how to make it work. Oh man, it's so expensive. 30. I have nothing to sell. I want this gun really badly. It's such a good gun. Alright, I guess we're playing boarding for a little while. Oh, wait, I can just do that. That works. So, if you are interested in talking about that kind of game, happy to do that as well. Anyway, how are y'all doing? Is there anything going on in your part of the world for like 40K that it's interesting? We can do better than that. Alright, call before my guy dies. Boom, boom. Oh yeah, I've also started playing, playing is a strong word. I've also started getting new Eldar stuff. So recently at the, oh, interesting. Sure. What is that? Fascinating. I also recently, because I won, what do you call it? That GT, I got a bunch of money for winning. Actually, maybe this is something I can do now while I'm thinking about it. Because one of the big things about this that I was thinking about was how to actually like magnetize them because they're so small. So I got a bunch of like small magnets recently as well because they're supposed to just like fit down there, but I don't want to just have my guys such that I can't swap them out. Does this fit? Hold on. Where did I put those magnets? Get that out of the way so I don't just like magnetize my mouse and it doesn't work anymore. Okay, we can do this. Oh, okay. There's just one big magnet here. Boom. Is it a magnet? No, I shouldn't do that. No, that. Yeah, it's a weak magnet. It's still a weak magnet, but it is a magnet. One of the big things that I was kind of curious about is if I can just take these. Oh my gosh, it's so small. If it just goes ah! Guys, I have not done magnets this small before. See? You just put a tiny magnet down there. That should work. Maybe I'll just do that on stream for a little bit. Because I've been playing so much of this game recently. Where did the tiny magnet go? Oh my gosh. Million unit split fire. Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay, where did my knives go? So we're gonna go ahead and try this. I guess the other big thing is I don't actually have a lot of super glue. I think I'm out of super glue. Hold on. Am I out of super glue? I think I am. Oh no, I have this. Does anybody know? Can I use Tamiya cement? Tamiya extra thin cement magnets. And usually some green stuff. Wedge a magnet. Just use super glue. Oh, I'm supposed to put glue on both sides. Oops. Oh well. Okay. So let's try this. Let's try this a little bit. I've never really spent a lot of time magnetizing anything this small before. then we can close this for now. If anything else pops up into my mind while I'm working on this, then we can talk about it as well. But in the meantime, like I kind of said, guys, if you guys have like tournament stuff that you want to talk about and just want to, I would love to hear. One of my favorite things is hearing about like any particular advice I've given in the past, like how that has done, especially if it's like specific, like, hey, I was thinking about this thing that you said on stream and it helps me win this game because I did X, Y, and Z. Like that's a lot of fun to hear about. I know there's like some team events they're starting to go on. Like Gustavo did his 18 Bulgrin something something at a GT, like a team's GT down in Portugal, where I think that they were like practicing for what do you call it, WTC coming up. So I'm kind of curious to see how Gustavo ends up doing with all that. Okay. Oh, wait, can I just do this? Does anybody have any recommendations either on how to do magnets that are this small? Like, they just kind of go everywhere. Oops. Am I just supposed to put them all and like glue them in here first and then kind of go from there? Where'd my glue go? I also don't know. Am I like supposed to... I feel like I'm supposed to glue like flying bases after I've painted things. But I don't know, because I've never really... Like, I've always done guard. So just trying to figure out how to do that instead. It's a very different thing. But there you go. That should be pretty flush. I think it'd be hard to tell if you didn't know otherwise. Does anybody else have experience like doing Wind Riders at all? That's something I actually really want to do. Is because it feels like Bridgehead but with bikes. It's just Wind Rider host, but with a lot of things. Yeah, that should be fine. I just do all the guns first. And then glue it to here. I'll try it. Alright, chat, we're doing it live. It's a lot larger of a gap beneath, but I don't feel like, especially like when you look at it from an angle you would actually be looking at the gun, it's a lot harder to tell. There you go. It's not too bad. Okay. Now we just gotta do this for all the other guns. Guys, why did I decide to play a bunch of armies that are just like toughness 3 and a bunch of like little guys? It's all just little guys all the time. And little guys, I know the answer to that. Little guys are way cooler to me than big guys. I don't know why. Oh yeah, I was talking a little bit about like single player games a while ago. And one of the big things that or one of the single player games that I probably put like the most time into in my life is Pikmin. I was a Olimar main in Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Played a lot of Pikmin, and there was a Pikmin versus mode. I don't remember if there was like a what do you call it? Online version to that where you could like play up against strangers on the internet. But I do remember playing a decent amount of versus up against my buddy, and he would always kick my butt. Okay. I think that's all of them. It's not too many. I guess I only have 6 of these guys. But yeah. Oh yeah. Speaking of games that I used to play a lot as a child, one of the games that my dad would always talk about how he was so excited that he could teach me when I was a kid was cribbage, which is a old person's card game that we would play all the time. Whenever there was like a family gathering, there would be a cribbage board out, and my uncle was probably the best cribbage player I would consistently play up against. But one of the big things about cribbage that you kind of learn after playing for a little while is that there's not that much like skill to like be the best player at that kind of game because there's so much luck involved. By which I mean like there's some skill, but like I'd say maybe 20% of the game is skill. And so if 80% of the game is still luck, like it doesn't really matter how good you are. And there's only like so much skill that you can show off in a game before it just becomes like, well, we are both equally good, or we are both good enough at this game that it does not matter which one of us is actually better because the cards had more to say than anything else. And I feel kind of similarly about a lot of trading card games that I do about cribbage, which is not to say that there is not a lot of skill going into those games. But it's the kind of game where like even the best players, you only have consistency over like series of events. It's really hard for any one event for like the best player at that event to consistently win. I guess that's also true of 40K. There's still enough luck, and there's not that many games. One of the things that I would oftentimes do, like coming from Super Smash Brothers and fighting games a little bit more, is when you were trying to like really like showcase who was better between two players, is you play a first to 10 or best of 19. And so that's something that you would oftentimes see is people would play these really long sets against each other, which is partly like a test of endurance, but also as as a series goes on, like and as you play the same person for a long time, you will get used to their habits over and over again, and that doesn't really exist in the same way in like 40K. Like I like 40K a lot. Obviously, I have a YouTube where I talk about how to get better at a faction in 40K. But above a certain level, I'm actually really curious like if the game is solvable. I feel like the game is solvable. Like a game of 40k is solvable. Like if we were to train a AI to play 40k, like I'm really curious how it would play. Like what armies would it play? What kind of lists would it play? If it just had the ability to play anything. Because even though there's not like discrete positions in 40k like there are in chess, there are still going to be ways to do consistently the best thing. So if you just train an AI to play Tabletop Simulator and then analyze those games, like there's definitely a way to go even further. I wonder how much money that would actually cost, or like how difficult it would be. You probably just the first thing you'd have to do is you have to train an AI to use Tabletop Simulator at all, right? Because also unlike chess, where there's not discrete like board states, a lot of the inputs for Tabletop Simulator are also not discrete. You can't just like spit out, or you cannot easily just spit out a like a string of letters or numbers in order to move your pieces around. You actually have to use the mouse, which is not the hardest thing in the world, as far as I understand. But getting the AI to understand like all the distances between different pieces, it's going to take a while. Getting the AI to understand like what attacks are good and what attacks are not, and the actual rules of the game, because like AI doesn't understand rules the same way that we understand rules. This is the way it's been explained to me, because AI doesn't actually know how to play chess, right? It just knows all of the moves that you can make, and then it can say like, okay, well, if they do this and then I do that and then they do this, I am more likely to win, I am more likely to lose. Oh, there are moves in this position that we had not thought about. Oh, weird. Suddenly, the position is better or worse. And that's part of why, like, people are not good at, or nowhere near as good at chess and other games as AI are, because a lot of moves a human would just like instantly disregard as like surely like this move would be bad, like there's no way this move would be good. The computer would be like, no, but if you actually do X, Y, and Z and play these three other moves that look impossible, it's actually a perfectly fine position, or it's a winning position. But people don't do that. People can't understand the game that way. We can't understand any game that way. It's part of why like the evolution of poker has been really interesting to watch over the past couple of years, because so much of it is about like trying to use if you're playing up against strangers, you're just trying to play like a game theory optimal game. Like you're just trying to, only only play the right hands and only raise the right amounts and fold the right amounts based on the bets that you're actually seeing. And with that in mind, you're actually just trying to play the way a computer would. But you have to like balance the way that a computer would play poker with the way that like your opponents are playing poker. Because no matter how well we are trying to like emulate what it is that a computer is doing, we don't understand everything that the computer is thinking about, that the computer is like considering during any of these uh, positions, any of these plays that it's actually trying to make. It's just spitting out an answer, and sometimes that answer doesn't make sense to us. So you have to do every single part of it and try to understand what it is that they're doing as they're doing it. Okay, alright, I've cut off all the little things on that, so now it's time to start putting glue on all of these guns, and hopefully it'll come out looking good. There we go. Wind Riders. Somebody who's still watching got any GTs they got coming up and lists that they're trying to figure out what to do with? It's another series that I need to bring back a little bit is List Doctor, where we just go through and take a look at different lists of what people are playing. What are they thinking about? What can they do? How can they get better with lists? So if anybody just wants like a live List Doctor, let me know. Otherwise, I'm just going to put glue on Wind Riders. I think I mentioned this, but I want to play Wind Riders. It just seems like such a fun archetype to play. You just have so many bikes going everywhere. I remember one of the very first games, maybe not first, but one of the games that I played when I was a wee lad trying to play 40K was I was playing up against a guy, I think it's called Samhan, something like that, where it's all red bikes. And this was back in the day where your cover save was basically like an invulnerable save that you could take. So whenever you were shooting a gun up against certain targets, if it moved fast enough or it was like partially obscured, it could take a save. And so even if you had like a gun that would now be like AP5, your opponent could be like, well, you can't actually see my whole thing, so I just have a 4-up save anyway. And you go like, what? And so what you could often do is you could just like take this fleet of bikes, Eldar jet bikes, and you just run them directly at your opponent full speed, because if your opponent didn't have any ability to ignore cover saves, they would just, like, their whole army would just get to you, basically full HP. And this was also back in the day where one of the things that you would sometimes experience in ways that is not kosher now is back in the day, sometimes you would have somebody who had like a new book, and the new book, the expectation was not that they would tell you how the book worked. So something that you would actually sometimes interact with is you'd be like, oh, a drop pod. What does the drop pod do? And their legitimate answer would sometimes be, heh, you'll find out. And it's just like, what? Like that is unthinkable to the modern 40K player. Where it's just like, no, you need to tell me what your shit does so I can understand and try and make sure that you're not cheating. Which is, again, just very different understanding of how the game is played now versus how it used to be played. Oh, something break. Oh my god. I am so sorry, guys. For whatever reason, my YouTube chat has not been like keeping up. And so there's a ton. I just refreshed the YouTube and I see that there are a ton of messages. Let's go back. Let's go back. Okay. Last thing I saw was Killian saying, "You've been a massive nerd." So I'm going to go back. Okay. Did I enjoy Queen's Gambit? Yes, I enjoyed that or that TV show a lot. I Yeah, so the thing is that was around the time that I also got into watching like Gotham Chess, um, or Levi Rosman. He's a big chess content creator, and he did a bunch of breakdowns of like the actual games that they were following in chess. The thing that was interesting about Queen's Gambit, as someone who actually like kind of followed chess, was that the chess was like really not important to Queen's Gambit. They could have played any game, but the show itself was still a lot of fun. When we bring some mech assault then? Soon, soon, soon. Star Captain 07, happy birthday. How's it going? I'm having a great time. Bird fetish. Yeah, you know, it is what it is. Do you like horror games? Not really. I'm not very good at horror games. Was not good at FTL, but did enjoy sucking all the air out of a room with bad guys in it. You can still do that in this game. I feel like the repair speed actually went up in this, so it's harder to do in this game. Also, you have much larger crews in Void War than you do in FTL. Okay, bullshit. Sorry, I would have gotten to this faster. If you had to bring Siege to a competitive standard, would you either play Bulgarins or Rough Riders, and why? Interesting. I feel like that's kind of a false dichotomy. I feel like you could play both of them, but if I was to do it in Siege, I would probably play... I would consider Bulgrin first, and then like one unit of 5 Death Riders, because I think 1 unit of 5 Death Riders is just really good if you know how to play around with the reactive moves. And Stealth Bulgrin sounds like a lot of fun. Never played teams, looking forward to it. So, okay, this is... Wow, this has been a long time. Okay, so when I was talking about like the difference between playing for an 8 and playing for a 5, a lot of it has to do with ratting. And ratting in the sense of like other games where you'd be like, well, I'm going to be out of line of sight. I'm going to make my opponent not be able to do anything for several turns, and then I'm going to go for like a big play all at once. That's something that we can definitely talk about. Playing Alliance is one of those skills that's really important that nobody really explains. Yeah, I think so. I would kind of have to reverse engineer what I was going to do in a Teams environment, because I know... So there's lots of times when I play in Teams, and partly because I have a bit of a reputation as being good at my army, and also because I am oftentimes like a first or second defender, and so I'm trying to score fairly big wins. Like first defender, you're trying to if you're coming back with like less than a 12 as first defender, you're either just like your opponent's way better or your army was not very good at being a first defender. I understand that one of the worst things that can happen to me is if my opponent just doesn't play the game with me, which is kind of tough to explain to people. And I remember pretty directly saying that to someone is like, the reason why you came back with like a 1 on this game instead of a 5 is you decided to play the game. Which kind of feels bad. You know, you don't want to tell people like you lost on account of you were playing 40k. But oftentimes that is just the answer, right? Like sometimes the answer is don't play the game with your opponent. Sometimes you just have to sit back and just score the secondaries and then use the fact that you're going second to score like a couple of extra points at the very end of the game. Like sometimes that's just how the game goes. I played a game up against a guy who was playing Blood Angels, and we got to this point where it's like, well, you don't want to come out to fight me with your Blood Angels because you're just going to be hitting like my idiots, and I'm going to kill you. But I, as the guard player, cannot push the Blood Angels because they're hiding behind walls, and I was playing Bridgehead at the time, and they had double infiltrator, and the double infiltrators were just not letting me deep strike anywhere. So, we just kind of said, I think this comes to an end. You just want to draw some cards and see what happens. They're like, yeah. I'm trying to magnetize bottom guns. Yes, I'm magnetizing the bottom guns. It's actually not as bad as I expected. It's meant as a solvent, just melts plastic together. Yeah, I did do a quick Google, so I'm glad I didn't do that. Will I branch out to Kill Team in the future? Maybe? I don't know. I just, the last time I looked into Kill Team seriously was when I was trying to figure out like how popular Kill Team was in SoCal, and it was not very popular. At least not as a competitive. If I'm going to play, if I'm going to like get the miniatures for things, I want to go to events. I don't just want to play it. I want to be good at it. So that's the thing. Buy ceramic tweezers. Have a small metal plate like a coaster nearby to hold the magnets. Not a bad idea. Just don't use flying bases. They're lame. What am I supposed to use instead? Are your Eldari units bought or you won those? I'm thinking of starting a new army on the side. I'll forever be a guard player. Yeah, so when I went to what's it called? Make War Not Love, which is the most recent or the second most recent GT that I went to, I won like $300 of store credit. And they said, if you spend it today, you don't have to pay sales tax. And I was like, okay, cool. So I bought a bunch of Eldar. I got 6 bikes, 6 Wind Riders. All right, so 2 units of 3. Lycus, 1 unit of 10 Scorpions, and then 2 War Walkers. So it's all winnings. I have like this delusion that maybe I can build an entire Eldar army without spending any money or any actual money. 40 bikes Elder list. Yeah. Euchre is like that. Yeah, Euchre is another game that's a lot like Curvature. There's not actually that much skill to it. But I also play that one because it's the easiest trick-taking game to teach people. Virtual environment, TTS, finite space data collection. Yeah, absolutely. Going to PSO, trying to figure out if I go for guard ranking or ITC ranking. What's the difference in that? Because aren't they both ITC? Like, don't you just want to do the best that you can? Patrick, what changes need to happen to Siege Regiment for the attachment to be viable? Okay. Interesting question. So I think, okay, Siege Regiment being viable. So I think to start off with, I think it already is viable, but I think that depends on like the definition a little bit. So the definition of viable is going to change. I'm going to use viable to mean I think that you can go 3-2 pretty reasonably at a GT. So at a 5-round event, 5 or more round event, I think you can win more games than you lose with Siege Regiment. In order for Siege Regiment to be a detachment that I think can win a GT with any regularity or any expectation of winning, I think the biggest things that it needs are changes to the detachment rule. And the ones that I would change, I think at this point, the minus 2-inch move just needs to go. Like, it is just not... It's not fun to play against. It's incredibly powerful, but also doing it on a 5+ just makes it... If you guys were playing up against GSC when they would just roll every time something died to see if they got it back, it's that, but it's just miserable. It's not fun for me as the player who's rolling it. It's not fun for the player who's on the receiving end of it. It just sucks. It's like a Shadows in the War, but more annoying. So that needs to go. And then I think the 12-inch range on the smoke shells, or the 12-inch range on the ignore cover needs to go down to 9. 12 is just too far. And because every good list needs to be on our opponent's side of the board anyway, it just means that it doesn't work a lot of the time. So I'd get rid of the 2-inch one. I would keep stealth as is. I would change the ignores cover to being a 9-inch difference. What's the other thing that you would do? Um, I think a battle shock mechanic would actually be okay. Where at the ooh, that would be interesting. Like at the start of a battle round, you just point it at something, and on a 2+, it's battle shocked until the end of the battle round. Not until the start of their command phase, but for the entire battle round. And you just pick one thing and just battle shock it on a 2+. I think that would be pretty interesting, actually. Because you can just make it really hard for your opponent to stand on like their own objective. That's also kind of like it's fairly thematic in terms of like what artillery does. Or like at least what I've read about artillery. I've never been in a real war zone, but it just slowly grinds people down and just makes it really hard for them to act effectively because they just never know when they're just going to be dead. So if you can just point at something in battle shock, I think that'd be cool. Random account. Looking to buy a chest clock. Any recommendations? They're all good. They're all the same, to be honest. Whatever's cheap. What's the one that I use? I use this one by Leap. It's good. They're all just like $10, $15. Just get whichever one you can. They all function basically the same, so thick wire and pin the models to bases. Okay. I mean, you just use a thick wire. Is there wire flying base 40K? I'm just trying to like this? Is this what you're talking about, Killian? And that just looks like a screw. These are also just screws. That's pretty funny. But it's really low res. Flying bases suck. Interesting. Oh, this would also be cool too. Something that's a little bit more thematic. Yeah. Or like that's funny where they're just like a little bit off the edge. These are also kind of cool. Something like that. That's one of the things that I do want to get better at is just fixing or being better with models. But I think this looks fine. But if there are any other alternatives, I'm all down. Send you pictures of the Hellions, sure, that'd be great. John Spain, happy birthday. Thank you, thank you. Paulo Thompson, Canis Krieg? Could you be more specific? I'm not exactly following what it is that you're thinking about with that. Steel Spider, it's very funny. G-Dub would have you roll for each unit from -2, move to max of 3 instead of just pick. Yeah, I think just picking is too powerful. Especially if it's 3 things. Like, it's just... Like, you just invalidate orcs and blood angels as armies. But on a 5+, where it's just like, okay, well, let's start with this one. Do I win the game? Nope. Okay. What about this one? Do I win the game? Nope. Oh, okay. It's just not a fun mechanic to be involved in, and it can also take a long time. Happy birthday! Thank you, Mostly Chimp. Random question. I played Chaos Demons recently and ran against a Soul Grinder, but it was on a base. Does it have to be? I have 2 unbased. So for tournament play, they are supposed to be on bases. And they are huge bases. I did not take a photo, I don't think, but I'm pretty sure it's on the same size base as our artillery teams. Let me confirm unit composition 130 millimeters. Soul Grinder unit composition 160. Oh my god. So 160 millimeters. Let me grab it. So 160 millimeters is that. That is 160 millimeters. Right there. They are absolutely redonkulous. So that it's yeah. I don't think that's the reason soul grinders are bad, but yeah. Yeah, they're supposed to be on bases for tournaments. If you're just playing like with your buddies, you know, ask them, not me, but it's huge. I was also surprised when battle reports are coming out from YouTubers using the Siege Regiment. Not a lot of them use the -2 move at all. Instead, smoke turn 1. I don't think I ever saw a battle report of anybody playing with the like the full, like the original -2 move. I think I only ever saw them when it was like the nerfed version, where it's like to a maximum of 3, which is a lot weaker. Because just your opponent's army, like a third of it just being -2 move, -2 charge is huge. But smoke, yeah, any kind of dice roll for any kind of dice roll that has no downside, and only a really big upside, I think is kind of lame. Like to be honest, I want like psychic abilities to come back, but I want them to be funny, right? Like, hey, on a 5-up, you're a spawn, but on a 1, I'm a spawn, right? Like, that stuff is funny. I would be very okay with that kind of silliness being in the game, because it is just like, yeah, do you just want to gamble? Okay, sure. I don't think a lot of competitive players also like feel the same way I do about it, but you know, it's okay. It's also why I think like Horus Heresy and older editions of 40k are better fuck around games than modern 40k. 3+ ballistic weapon skill is why soul grinders aren't viable. Anyways, thanks for great guard content, dude. Absolutely, man. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for the birthday wishes. It's been, yeah, it's kind of weird. How long has this channel existed? I think I've been doing this for about a year and a half. Oldest. 1 year ago. 10th edition. Oh, man. Back when I still had full beard. It's got 300 views. It was January 16th, 2024. Yeah, it's been about a year and a half since I started doing this stuff, which is cool. It is always weird to me, and will always be weird to me as someone who has existed in the public eye for a lot of my adult life. Because if you guys did not know, if you watched League of Legends for a long time, I talked about League of Legends for most of the past decade. So I started in 2017 is when I really started doing it. I got picked up by Team Liquid at the time, which is part of why I have this shirt, to do Team Liquid Academy. So at the time, Riot Games had decided that there was going to be a Tier 2 league, and that every single one of the teams had to do their own um, what do you call it? Their own in-house broadcast for the teams. Okay, and the teams with a bit more money, like Team Liquid or Cloud9, would hire people like me to do the broadcast so that we could talk about the teams and like talk about the players and help people get to know their tier 2 players. So that was fun. So I did that for a couple of years. From there, that took off. I started doing Twitch Rivals as well, which is mostly streamers, but we would talk about just different games. I was, of course, doing mostly League of Legends. And then from there, I started working for Riot Games from 2019 through last year. And then because of that, I did a bunch of other stuff. I would work for Grubhub. I did work for um, I work for the Sauds. I went to Esports World Cup last year, which is not my favorite thing that I've ever done, but it paid very well. I'm also trying to find a part-time job. Found it funny when I applied to McDonald's. They asked, What do you do for us to consider you for the position?" But the position is cashier crew member. Exactly. I will talk to people and I will take their orders, and in exchange, you will give me money as I sell your product. It's like, wow. Crazy, right? Yeah. There's a lot of weirdness with working working in a capitalist society. I am a pretty progressive person, I would like to think. So there's a lot about the job search that I don't really love. This is how I'll say. But in general, I don't think 40K is the best place to talk about politics. I will try and avoid that for the most part. But I'm generally pretty progressive. That's mostly what I'll say about it. Woohoo. Okay, we're almost done making sure all the magnets are the same orientation, at the very least. Playing against a full infantry custodies army with a list that has 2 Dorns, 1 Exterminator, and 2 Vanquishers. How could I use the Vanquishers? Just use them to block Wardens? Yeah, mostly. Yeah, I mean, Vanquishers don't really do a lot into Custodies infantry. You just make them charge the Vanquishers, and just make them charge them out in the open. Your big thing here is that all infantry custodies, you just have to be, make sure you're setting up to either pivot targets or to overkill 1 unit of wardens, even through the 4-up Feel No Pain. Should have said McDonald's has been my lifelong dream since I was 5 years old. Facts. I've always wanted to work at McDonald's. But yeah, Custodes is a interesting army. I played, I think, just a 1 game as Custodes on TTS, and I was like, this is not for me. This is not how I want to play the game. I was playing the Folger Piles list at from WCW that he won, and I was just like, I understand. There's a lot of min-maxing, like little bits of movement. I don't really want to do. I also don't really want to just play 4-up invulns the game, It's also why I kind of hate playing against Custodes, to be honest. Custodes is my least favorite army to play against. Mostly just because a preponderance of 4-up invuls. and 4 Feel No Pains. I think the best thing that could happen to Custodies is they nerf Wardens so that they can, like, play around with the rest of the army. Because when everything is dictated by, but I could take 15 Wardens and 3 Blade Champs. Ah. The rest of the army becomes less interesting. But there's also, like, only so many Custodies that you can have that are interesting. Are all Custodies 2+ save base? Yes, I think. I think the only exception is the girls and the Rhino. Like, the Sisters of Silence, I think, are 3+, but I think every Custodies model is 2 up, 4 up. So you gotta sink a lot of fire into them and hope that they fail. And sometimes they don't, and you go, okay, my bad. Okay, a lot of magnetized guns. Wind Riders. That one's probably dry. Let's use that. It's a good thing a lot of our saturation guns are -1 AP that gets ignored by cover. Yep. Yep. It's part of why the Dorn is as good as it is. It's because basically every gun has real AP. Like the Pulverizer with AP3 is really good. The Oppressor being at AP2, meaning you just need like 1 AP buff, is really good. Yay, bikes. What else? Yeah. I was looking at the Baneblade again, actually. And I realized that the main gun on the Baneblade is also 12-2-3 with 3d6 attacks, which is like, interesting. Like, I actually think Baneblade stocks are going up right now due to the number of knights that are out, and specifically strength 12 weapons being better into them. However, the problem with them is that the Atropos is still, like, around, and the Atropos will just eat Baneblades super easily, which is tough. Happy birthday! I binge your videos about fail. You're the best when it comes to explaining competitive guard for me. Cheers! Thank you, Bopra. Thank you, Saberlina. Happy birthday. Thank you. Now, I know some people already know this, because I said at the beginning of the stream, but I'm curious how old people think I look now. It's always one of my favorite games. Is playing against Custodies for guard just auto-include grenade strat every round? A lot of the time, yeah. You just kind of... So, the big thing is you just grenade something that didn't pop the 4-up Feel No Pain. Oops, something popped. Okay, we'll do that in a moment. Yeah, you just grenade something that didn't pop the 4-up Feel No Pain, or you save the grenade till the very end, so that you don't have to, whatchamacallit. You just know how much damage you still need to do. And once you get to that point, then you can be like, okay, well, now I'll grenade. Also, Kazurkin, just remember that you do not have to use the Meltamine in the shooting phase. You can do it at the start of any phase. So you could be like, hey, also, the other big thing is the Meltamine, because they both happen at the start of the phase, you can declare your Meltamine before they get to declare their Warden Feel No Pain. So you can still do it in the shooting phase and do it before their Feel No Pain activates. Because they are both start a shooting phase. It will It will not make you popular with the Custodes players, but that is how that works. "27. Wife says 27 is the most flattering age, so I'll say 27. Fair enough. I would say you don't look older than me, and if you are, I would be shocked. So 25. I am 31. I turned 31 today. But 27 is a flattering age. Yeah, 27 is a good age. I'll take that. My wife says 27. Yeah, 27. I get a lot of, I think the funniest thing that anyone's ever said to me in terms of how old they thought I looked was like, your eyes are too dead for you to be low 20s, so you have to be at least 30. And I was like, that's pretty funny. Ancient. What's the order for the Feel No Pain? Well, they have to declare all of their Feel No Pains at the start of the that they're going to use at the start of the phase. So you just say, hey, I'm the active player, so all of my start of phase stuff happens before your start of phase stuff. So you just melt-a-mine them and just get them. Or you could just wait and do it at the beginning of the charge phase. So that also works. Or fight phase. Ancient, yeah. Yeah, I was born in 1994, and now you have a lot of information about me, so you can go look me up on the internet. I will not give you my social security or my credit card number, though. That is super secret information. You have to earn that one. I don't know how, but you know. That's a different question for a different day. Okay. All right, one more bike. Oh. Stay. There we go. Just in time to catch Battle on 5. It's a movie or a show, right? Battle on 5. It's a show. Yeah, I think I was a bit young to appreciate this at the time, but space opera. But I do like space operas. I watched Firefly a couple years back. That was a lot of fun. Okay. Boop. There we go. Underslung guns. I can't tell the difference between all of them, but you know, that is okay. Woohoo! We did it. We did it. Tick tock, tick tock. Dude, I just know these things are gonna get lost. But that's okay. I feel like the riders on the Wind Riders are like I think they're all identical. So I kind of want to like 3D print some alternative Wind Riders to these guys. Also, how large is this base? This is a 28? Whatever this is. What is this? Is it 32? There we go. 32 millimeter flying base. Yeah. You can definitely tell from the sides that it is magnetized, but like if you're not looking from underneath, it's hard to tell. Okay. Boom. There's that. Okay. I got that project done. Okay, let's put these off to the side. Is there anything else that I can build right now? Building is fun. That's all built. That's all built. I could build a Valkyrie right now. Do I want to build a Valkyrie right now? That's probably the more important question. Do I want to build a Valkyrie right now? Okay. Ah. All right. Hold on. Let me put these in the bag before I forget what I did with them and knock them all over the place. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, there's that. Okay. Patrick asks, what do you think about changing the Siege Regiment detachment ability in a similar way to the Orc Wa, where it can be done in any command phase once per battle round? I don't think that changes a ton, but I think there's still just like too much, like it just has too much counterplay. Like our opponent has too much that they can do to just like turn off our rule. So like if they just get close to us, it's a lot tougher. Like, yeah, I don't know. I just think it's a cool idea. Or here's another variation to it. It can be 12 inches away, but if you want to do something closer, you just take D3 mortal wounds on any of our guys that are too close, if that makes sense. Right? Like, 12 inches away at no penalty, but if you do it something like 6 inches away, any unit that is within like 12 or 9 or whatever of the thing on our side is going to take D3 mortal wounds in order to do it. Or maybe just one mortal wound or something. Something such that it's like there is a downside to doing it against things that are too close. But I think doing it in your own command phase is like it's a buff that I think does not change the strength of the detachment in a way that's really appreciable, except at the Yeah, I don't think it's a buff that changes the way we want it to play, I think. Was playing my combined list with 12 Bulgrin against my friend's GSC earlier. It feels so good to have the meaty boys back around and they do some good work. Would you use them in your list? So, okay, so I've actually played a couple of games with the Nassim list. I was talking about this a little bit before. This one. So one of the things that I like to do, and part of the reason why I do my stream sometimes, is I have one coming up this Wednesday where I'm playing Wesley's list up against Blood Angels. I think it is worth just copy pasting lists just to see how you feel about them. This list isn't the way that I want to play the game. However, it is strong. I do think it is a strong list. So would I put them in my list? If I'm trying to win and I'm playing on like dense boards, yeah, I'm just going to I'll play 12 or 18 Bulgrin. If I am trying to play to win and I'm not playing in dense boards, I'll probably just play a pile of tanks. Is basically what I feel about them. But yeah, Bulgrin feel a lot better. Michael, hey Josh, just saying happy birthday and big thanks for all the content. You're welcome, Michael. There are many Michaels that I know. I wonder if you're one of the ones that I know well. I went to buy a box of Bulgrin so I can make molds of the bodies and get all 8 Ogrins from the box. Totally fair. So, my big thing, I don't know if I'm going to get dinged for this at all. Kyoshu Neko. This guy. Okay. So my big thing about Bulgrin in general, oh, you are a Michael, lots of Michaels, is my Bulgrin are not official prints at all. They are one of these guys' things, which is not that one. This guy makes all kinds of models, by the way. Where are they? Oh, this is new. Seek Desert Raiders. Oh, they did a Cathay. Nice. Where? Oh, there it is. Okay. It's all the way at the bottom. What? No, no, no. Ninth Age. Okay. Oh, there's some new stuff in here too. I use these guys. Where's like the group of them? There was a group of them. Where are they? These ones. There it is. Yeah, so it's these guys. So I just take these guys, because these guys are actually supposed to be a lot smaller, but I just upscaled these guys. You're Michael. Oh, we've played. Hold on. Were we playing at Odyssey Games? Is that? I didn't realize that that's. I didn't realize that that was you. Dang, that was a long time ago. I totally forgot about that. I'll just let you know that that army is doing total, or that the Rogel Dorn is doing totally fine. Um, yeah, he's been going to a lot of other events. Yeah, I just glued it back on, and I had forgotten that that had broken off, and until you brought it up. So, anyway, you know, it's good to talk to you again. It's good to realize that that's who I'm talking to at the very least. Anyway, you're gonna have to guys are gonna give me like 2 minutes. I am feeling very snacky, so I'm gonna go get something to munch on real quick, and I'll be back in a couple minutes. Here, you can look at these samurai for a little bit. All right, I'm back. I have saltines. I love all kinds of crackers. So if you ever have like saltines or Ritz crackers or any kind of like charcuterie crackers, I'm going to be a fan. I do love them. All right, what is this? What am I getting pinged about? Yeah. Okay. Did we play this edition? Yeah, it was like right at the very beginning of the edition, I think. Here. Okay. Okay. Wait. Why is this not working? Oh, one of them is slightly different. So, you guys, of course, do not need to do this. If you open a box of rich crackers while I find you knocking on the door, I can't promise you won't. It's the biggest thing. You guys do not need to do this in order to be a good player. However, if you want to, you can. Where I have been tracking every person I've played against. Why is this a different color? In any kind of event for the past like year and a half or two and a half years. I started playing at the beginning of Arcs of Omen. Oh god, is it 3 years? Arcs of Omen, Leviathan, Pariah. Yeah, I guess I've been playing this game for 3 years now. Why are these different? It annoys me. Okay, there we go. Wait, hold on. 88. Oh, right, multiple editions. So, over the past, since 10th edition started, which is here. No. Here. Wait, did I track that separately? Yes. I think so. Apparently, 14 divided by 15. Okay, yeah. Since 10th edition started, I have lost one guard mirror. That one was to Scott Cairns, or Mortis Strike, if you're part of the Discord. And he's also a pretty darn good player. If you want to know more about that game, it's in one of my, what do you call it? One of the videos that I talked about that game. But, yeah. Most recently, I played one at a recent GT where I won by 2 points because I got a challenger card and rolled a 4 on an advance, which is pretty cool. But other than that, this is probably the closest one I played. I played another one at this event afterwards, just trying to, what do you call it? Trying to play a 5th game, and he was also another member of the channel. So I was like, hey, yeah, let's go ahead and play a game. Played a couple at a teams event. Played. What is this? This is teams? Right. This was also another teams event. This was one against Scott. Get hammered. Yeah. I think the big thing about, like, the guard mirror is that most people who play guard actually, like, only understand how to play the game if they go first or if they go second. There's not a lot of people who understand how to play the game if they go first and if they go second. Which is a problem. Because the game is, like, very different depending on how, depending on who goes first. And I actually don't know. Let me see if there's data on tabletop battles, because it includes a couple of games that I have played. that are not in tournaments. 10th edition Astra. Oops. Your faction. Opponent's faction. So I played 18 games. So I've played 10 games going first. Ugh, and 8 games going second in the guard mirror this edition. And I've only lost one of them going first. That's partly because it was on linchpin before turn 5 cap, or rather just like the cap in general, scoring only 15 per battle round on primary, which meant that I had a lot, or I really had to like come back. And one of the big things about like playing guard mirrors is trying to identify like who actually has the damage advantage, because usually one side will just have more tanks and therefore will do more damage than the other side, and trying to play to minimize or to like make that advantage either mean a lot or to not mean a lot. And I think a lot of people miss out on that understanding of how to actually like play the game. Just understanding how much pressure to put on your opponent versus like how much pressure you need to like be able to withstand in order to play the game. Yeah. Speaking of like kind of going back to like the TTS League, I wonder if that's something that would be valuable. Like, is there a reason to talk about like the mirror a lot, because we are one of the more popular armies. Actually, let's check Meta Monday. Let's see. This is just this week. But okay, let's take a look. 7-7, 630, 623. So I know guard has actually been like decreasing a lot in terms of like our player count, which is surprising because it doesn't happen very often. Which one is it? It is this one. 27. 27 divided by 650. It's about 8%, actually. Wait. Okay. Not bad. 27. Oh, wait. Out of 650, not 350. And then, let's take a look here. 35. Out of 1156. Woo. And then, what about this one? 28 out of 584. 584? Yeah, kind of a small week. Okay. So then we have 27 plus 35 plus 28 divided by 650 plus 1156 plus 584. Yeah, only 4% of the meta is actually really small for guard. Let's take a look. So if we take a look at all pariah, so throughout all of pariah, we were about 5% of the player base, which is we were the third most popular throughout all of pariah. So 3.7% would put us around Death Guard World Eaters, somewhere in there. Which, considering like how large the whole thing is, like that is really low. That would put us about in the middle of the pack. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, so we are now in the double digit, like most popular faction, which is some of the lowest I've seen it in terms of GT play. If I see a lot of people playing Guard, I'll probably play Necrons because I have a bunch of those models but never played with them. That's, okay, really interesting thing about that is the SoCal community does not have a lot of Necron players for whatever reason. Especially like the LA, Orange County scene, very few Necron players. So it would, not a bad idea to see more Necrons come out. I've also been playing a lot of Helldivers this summer, and I kind of want to paint a unit of Cadians as Super Earth something soldiers, but then it means I have to deal with white. Ah, totally fair. I've painted very little white, and the very little white I painted, I do not want to do again. Do Scions have play in Recon, or are they too expensive? I probably would not play them in Recon. Like, every single time. So here's the biggest thing that Nemo taught me about playing Recon. You always have to answer the question of why am I going to play this instead of playing the equivalent number of points in just battle line infantry? And the answer is almost always you should play the battle line infantry. I think Scions are like fine. But if you're playing to win, you should just play as much battle line infantry as you can. If you're not trying, like if winning is not the most important thing to you, then you don't need to. But that's the biggest thing. Spanish community, especially in my zone, the Basque country is completely filled with Necrons. So many Catan. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. It's always been interesting to me that, like, Necrons, throughout all of Pariah, was the second most popular behind Space Marines. Like, vanilla Space Marines. And the Guard was third behind that. That's not me. Where did it go? I played a fair amount of Necrons. However, they are 1, 2, 3. They're the fourth most popular army I've played, which is kind of low. And what about in 10th? Oh, I guess did I never play Necrons in 9th? Is that what's happening? Yeah, I just never played a single Necron player in 9th. And I also have not played Necrons. Ha, that's a lie. My most recent game of Over the Board was against Necrons. But prior to that, here? Is that really the last time I played Necrons? Yeah, the last time I played Necrons prior to my most recent Over the Board game was in March. So it's been 4 months since I last played it, and I only played it in teams. Oh, and then I got fucking destroyed by Wraiths, dude. I played a guy who was playing 3 units of Canoptic Wraiths, and I was playing Bridgehead, and he just got so many 4-ups. It took me... So I had 2 units of Scions shooting at it while I was on objective, and then also 2 units of Aquilons shooting at it, and all of that killed 4 Wraiths. And I was just like, okay, my bad. So, Necrons is an army that just, like, doesn't do a lot of damage most of the time, so it doesn't bother me that much, but just, like, God, are they annoying to play against. armies that just don't die, I think, are like not that fun to play. Which is why like one of the things that's kind of fun about like playing against guard is even if you lose to guard, you still killed like 100 models of stuff. Like you still killed a lot of their army. So in that sense, it feels a little bit more fair, but you know, it is what it is. But yeah, I'd actually be really curious to see like what the different like areas, like if you did a heat map with like stat check, like where people are like where each event is, and then the population of like different players at different events. Be really curious to see. Also, yeah. Oh, poor agents. 0%. Hmm. Guys, I really want the Tacoma mission pack to open, or like for them to just like give it to us. I understand that it's a mission, or rather, it's an event that is focused on the community aspect. However, I don't think releasing the player pack beforehand does anything to hurt the community. Because, kind of like I said earlier, I'm not playing to beat the 90% of the community. I'm playing to beat the 10% of the community. And the 10% of the community all wants to know what the mission pack is so that they can build lists to best play those missions. But it is what it is. I'm not the one who makes the decisions, so we'll go from there. I'll figure it out. No. I also need to figure out what else to do for like more Eldar stuff to buy. Actually, that's a like. This is probably not the community to ask, but like, what Eldar stuff are people even playing these days? Oh, did I show up in another Gunham article? 2023, 2024. Because it hasn't happened yet. Is there like a thing I can click on here? Meta-analysis. July 5th. What was it called? Shiv. No, why not? Wait, when was my event? 6/28? Was it perhaps the weekend before? Cold as ice. No, why is it not there? And when is this written? June 25th? Why is it not on here? Do they have like a limit to what they show? Is this more people? I wonder why. Sad. Shiv. Cherry City, 40k. Oh well. Okay. Last time I played, an Elder player was Gonzalo Draven, captain of Team Spain for a couple of years. He was playing Warhost Eldar with Big Fire Dragon and Fuegenblob. The rest was pretty standard: three 5-man Warp Fighters, one with Lycus, another 5-man Dragons and Wave Serpent, a couple Bright Lances, a couple Rangers or whatever. Yeah. I feel like Eldar is not doing great right now. Let's see if that actually like checks out. Well, they have a better win rate than we do. The one Windrider host player went 3-2, so that's cool. But yeah, they just seem like they're doing respectably. One sicko. Wait, how does this work? How do you have a 73% win rate? Is this 4 players? No, it's 4 wins in 5 games. Something's going on here. But yeah, they don't have like a ton of top placings. They just had this one, unless these are event wins. No. Where did they go? Yeah, a couple war host, a couple aspect host. Which one is war host? I don't even remember. And our oh wait, this is the win rate. This is the 4-week. Okay, or 3-week or whatever. Wait, is this an event win? Cool. Event win with 4-1. Okay. What is this? 1 player. Yeah. Yeah, I think like Windrider looks like a lot of fun. Aspect Host, War Host are probably both good. Absolutely beat my ass, but that was to be expected. He's a much better player. It's okay, you can still catch up. Yeah. Both Warhost and Aspect Host seem interesting. Inari is not dead, to be honest. It lost its like stupidest trick, but like it still does a fair amount of things. It's just Inari is in a similar spot to how I feel about Bridgehead. Is like it's just going to take a lot more work to get the same results, but you can still do the same things. Like the Incarn is still silly. And you will just like beat up some players who do not know how to deal with it. Which is what it is. So, anyway. I know Black Templars, they had an event win. Why did it not show up? Is this the right week? Yeah, there was an event win for Black Templars this week. Here's my friend. Oh. I do not know what Reaper's Wagers does. At this point, I don't know if I'm ever going to play against it. It just isn't that popular. Thari is better than fine, I think. Just the top players have hopped off it. To be honest, I feel kind of similarly about Guard. Other than Guard specialists, you're not seeing very many Guard players these days. But yeah. I'm looking forward to getting my ass beat a couple of times in a row when like I actually start playing Eldar like for real, like when I have the models to play and I'm just like, all of my stuff is dead. Oops. Like I'm kind of looking forward to that and then seeing if I can figure it out because I feel like getting games of Bridgehead in has to be helpful for playing Eldari, but I'm saying that as someone who has never played Eldar before, so it'll be cool. But I do want to try a bunch of stuff. Subterranean, I'm not surprised. This is doing very well. But, you know. Bringers of Flame, ooh, that took a hit. Yeah. This is just a thing. So, I'm trying to figure out... I'm actually curious, Jack. Has Imperial Knights been, like, tearing it up in Leeds? I guess we could just go check. Best coast bearings. Find an event. Any location. Not current. Any location. Leeds. Imperial Knights. Oh, wow. Nobody made top cut. I don't recognize these names. That doesn't mean they're not good players. But, like, this is good, but, like, not overwhelming by any means. I know it was a top cut. Chaos Knights, Rotnu. Give the top cut. Yeah, Callum is a name I recognize. And then Rotnu. Yeah. Alright, I mean, they're doing good. Andy QC made the... Yeah, Radford. How did guard do here? Oh god. That is not good. That is not good at all. Wow. Top guard player with a 3 and 2 out of how many? Like 400 players? 285? Wow, that's tough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's actually a really low number. Marcus Hinson. Oops. Yeah, who did he lose to? 1, 2, 3. Gordon. Yeah, there's so many names. That's one of the cool things about like the UK is that because it's like a smaller country geographically, you like the concentration of good players is still pretty close to each other. Like they are able to play against each other in ways that top American players really can't because it's just too big. That top guard players in the Joshi Discord. I think I remember seeing that. Caius. Also, that's a sick name. After action. Top guard. Oh, it's... Oh! This is cool. One of the first two into Votan. Yep, there they are. Yeah. Yeah. But... Yeah, I know Josh. I don't recognize this name, actually. But two guys in the Dead Red. Cool. I've heard... I've heard of Scott Morris. I've heard of Jack. I've heard of Verbeek. Verbeek. Callum. I've heard the name before. Andy QC. Radford. I think I've heard this name before. Yeah. That's one of the cool things. Ben. Oh, Mind Goblins. Cool. Alright, Raymond. Hey, Joshi, what is your opinion on allying in Arbites in the Guard? We can't order Ogren or Bulgren, so would that be the next best thing as melee deterrence? It's probably okay. Like, so, okay. So I've talked about this in another video in the past. The big thing about Guard is if you take a look at a lot of data sheets, Guard data sheets in terms of like their stats to their points are pretty reasonable, right? They're in general in line with what you see in allies. They're in line with what you see in most things, right? Maybe your tanks are like the fact that they all have 2+ is like a little bit too strong. But The big difference is that one, guard datasheets generally have access to voice of command, and voice of command is one of the best army rules in the game. So any like okay datasheet that suddenly has voice of command is suddenly a very good datasheet. The other part of it is that guard datasheets can go in guard vehicles. Um, and so the Chimera, it doesn't matter if the Ogren can't have voice of command if we can put them in a Chimera or a Torax where they can have voice of command. So that's like a pretty big thing. Our Arbites, let me take a look. I think there's like a couple of different names like subductors and things. Arbites. They don't have a name. So there's like subductor squad. Let's take a look. 100 points. And you get 10 of them plus a dog. And they get shot pistols and shock mauls. So for 100 points, I don't know. I think I'd rather have 3 Bulgrin than this. Yeah, I think I'd rather have 3 Bulgrin than a unit of subductors. Let me look at their ability. Fight on death 4+, but it's just like it's just chainsword attacks, and it's only 2 of them. And then force battle shocks. Yeah, I think I'd rather have 3 Bulgrin than a unit of subductors. Just because like the Bulgrin are -1 damage, they are the same number of wounds. They basically, so it's 9 wounds versus 11, I think. 9 wounds versus 11, but the 6 up feeling pain means it's basically like 10 wounds at toughness 3 versus like toughness 6. Yeah, Bulgrin are just like higher quality wounds in general. There's another kind of Arbites. Imperial Agents. What's the other one called? Exaction? These look like Arbites. Okay, what are they? 90 points for Kazarkan body. Okay. They have shotguns. Meh. Start of the battle, pick a thing, and then lethal hits and precision. That's funny. Yeah, that's yeah, I don't know. I think I'd still just rather have the Bulgrin because they're just higher quality wounds. Toughness 6, and they both have 4 up invuls. And the Bulgrin will actually kill things, or like they'll actually beat things to death. I haven't tried them at all, but like you could try them. They take up a really big footprint with the 28 meter bases, so it's worth a check. But I would still just I would default to Bulgrin unless you have a specific reason. Farland Metals, happy birthday. I like watching your videos. They've helped a lot in getting better at guard and the game. Thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate the birthday wishes and glad they've been helpful. And happy birthday. What about the Imperial Rhino and then subductors embarking within it? Yeah, they're just I think I would just always rather have like Bulgrin in a Chimera or Bulgrin in a Torox. They're just like Bulgrin will. The fact that they're damage 2 is like a really big deal. Harry Phil's a bet. Happy birthday! Thank you for the $20. I appreciate it. It feels really good to know that everything I'm doing has been doing well. I hope. I did take a look at the Teams event and saw you talk about the Teams event that you went to not that long ago, and I saw that there's another one coming up. So hopefully you guys do well and you guys have a good time. So I think GitHammer is sending a team to that one this time around. But yeah, in general, I do not think guard the thing that you're allying into guard has to not only be like on par with, it has to be better than the things like in our codex. And the only real things I've seen with that are Canis Rex right now, maybe. Canis Rex might be better than 2 battle tanks. Um, and Canis Rex might be, or and the other one I've seen is like the Death Watch kill team might be better. Is 1 unit of Bulgrin worth it? I would never bring 1 unit of 6 Bulgrin. I think every Bulgrin body is worth more than the one that you took previously. So like a unit of 6 is better than a unit of 3. 2 units of 6 is better than 1 unit of 6. And 3 units of 6 is better than 2 units of 6. I don't think I'd bring 1 unit of Bulgrin, but if I just wanted something at 100 points to stop melee, 1 unit of 3 Bulgrin I think is usually better than Subductors. But, anyway, thank you so much for stopping by, Harry Phil. I hope you have a good game, and, ooh, really good Jakari player. Very fun. So hopefully your league game goes well, dude. Are you gonna eat any cake today on your birthday? Young, I don't know. I'm going to in a couple of hours. I'm gonna go over to my aunt and uncle's place, and they are going to be grilling. So I don't know if they're planning to do cake. I had a little bit of cake yesterday. Or I didn't have cake. I had ice cream. We went to Salt and Straw, which is I don't know. Is Salt and Straw like a national thing? Is this a Seattle thing? Locations about us. Okay, so well, it's a Western U.S. thing, but anyway, Salt and Straw, they got a lot of like custom flavors. So I got some good ice cream yesterday. I want to see people take a melee 10-man Deathwatch kill team. I think it's a decent unit. Is it better than taking other things? Probably not. However, it's cool, and I hope someone has success with it. There was actually someone this last week who brought like a ton of allies in a guard army. They did not do very well, but that's okay. It was cool. Don't receive orders anymore. I mean, Bulgrin are. I think they, at least in the denser terrain format. So in WTC and UKTC, where they have like the big central staging ruins, from what I understand, I don't want to say, I never want to say anything definitive about UKTC because I've never played a single game on any UKTC boards. But from what I understand, they have like those big central staging ruins, and Reddit has been telling me that fast melee is good on UKTC, which means that Bulgrin are a great way to stop them. So I don't think I would take them. I don't think they're great on Games Workshop boards, but I think on denser boards they're probably pretty good. What makes Deathwatch good as an ally? I don't get it. So they're fine. That's the biggest thing. So the big thing about the Deathwatch kill team. Let me pull them back up. The Deathwatch kill team is itself kind of whatever. They mostly just have. Wait, is this not? Oh yeah. So they mostly just have like a couple of decent melee profiles. You get a couple of thunder hammers. You get a bunch of power sword attacks, which are all just like okay. But the biggest thing that this unit does is something that Guard largely struggles to have, which is the what's his name? Artemis, I think is his name. Is Watch Captain Artemis. So Watch Captain Artemis gives your unit. Is it not this guy? What is his name? There's something. They have access to advance and charge. That's the thing that makes them interesting. I thought it was Artemis, but did it change? Oh, it's just called the Watchmaster. Okay. So While this model is leading a unit, the unit is eligible to shoot and declare a charge in a turn in which it advanced or fell back, which is always powerful. You can't really lock a unit down with cheap chaff. And then once per battle round, and then he's got the captain ability where you just get the free strat. Unfortunately, doesn't really do a whole lot for this, but it's a very good heroic intervention unit, which because it can do it for free because it gets like one free strat per battle round. And then it can fall back, advance, and charge. So there are some cool things that you can do with this unit. The problem is that it's like 1 billion points. So the Watchmaster is 105. And then the 5 Deathwatch Veterans is 100 points, and 10 of them are 200. So it's like a 300 point break for this, which is like in a lot of armies fine. But in guard, we want to have so many different like cheap things. We're trying to do it from force of numbers and good shooting that it's not great in guard because of how much we have to give up in order to have this unit. So is it good? Is it fine? Yeah. Am I going to beat... I'm going to beat players that I'm already going to beat with this unit, and it's going to make my ability to play against players that are better than me worse. It's going to make a couple of matchups more interesting. So like maybe there's a place for it in teams if you don't have an agents player and no one else needs the agent slot, which like your knights player is going to shank you in the back if you try and take their agents. However, it's not the worst ally you can take. I think like in terms of like ally tiers, it's like Canis Rex, like 2 Warglaives, and then like Deathwatch Kill Team are like your 3 things where it's like these are the things that you should consider allying, and then the Calidus is in there somewhere as well. But even then, the Calidus is like, but it could just be Gaunt's Ghost. I remember for a long time, I would play the Calidus and Gaunt's Ghost in my super heavy lists. That's kind of something I've kind of been thinking about doing for Tacoma. It's just like, what if I brought a super heavy? Like, if I go like 5 and 3 with a super heavy, doesn't that just like make me the coolest player at the event? You know? I'm gonna look at Edmonton. Edmonton. So we had Adam Green, Patrick, Hongjun, Jonah. I recognize that name. Oh yeah. But these guys both had like reasonable lists. How I've been playing Canis. Mine gets smoked if I don't stage rapid. Wait. I have not played any games with Canis. I was looking through. So I showed this towards the beginning of the stream. Where I've been looking at every single guard player over the past like 3 weeks in order to try and figure out like what the value of different units are. And Canis Rex, I think, capped out at 3 and 2. Which I am a player who aspires to do better than 3 and 2. 3 and 2 is kind of like my floor. If I do worse than 3 and 2, it's because I'm having a bad event. And then 3 and 2, sometimes that just happens because you hit like, you know, sometimes you hit the best players at the event and you're like, my bad. So, my thoughts on Canis Rex are mostly secondhand opinions, which is like Canis Rex is really good in Knights. Canis Rex is okay in everything else. And okay is not good enough for Guard. Have you thought about doing any live game commentary, like Wargames Live type stuff? Yes, I have. I actually messaged the like TOs for Tacoma, and it's like, hey, do you want any commentators? Because I did it professionally for 7 years. They did not get back to me, but I've thought about it. So like Tabletop Live does their events over in like Canada. I think they're like Toronto based or somewhere like something like that. I think that'd be cool. I would have a lot of fun doing it. The question then mostly becomes, is it something where I'm doing it because I'm just having a lot of fun doing it, or could I actually like make money doing it? The other big thing about that is I really like playing. You know, like if I have the option between playing the game and doing commentary for the game, I will usually choose to play. Yeah, I don't really have the equipment to do it right now, so I would have to buy it or borrow it. But yeah, like it's definitely the kind of thing where like if I got the equipment, I could do it, but I feel like I would want to do more than that. That's a thing to look into. So I guess the biggest thing is I would need to talk to people who actually know more about like that technical side of setting up a stream. Um, and then we could look into it. And it's also like a really large initial investment. But I could set up conversations with people who know more the production side and potentially get the stuff that I need in order to actually set up some streams. Could be interesting. And then, let's see. That shop doesn't really have a great space. That shop, maybe? Yeah, there are ways to do it. There are ways to make it work. One of the big things that I know a lot of those guys who like take it more seriously will do is they'll put like a trolley together. So you just like put your PC and then you just kind of move the trolley around, and it has like everything you need set up in there, so you can just kind of like unfold it. Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to do it on the same level as Wargames Live, but like Tabletop Live, I could see myself doing something like that. You know. Oh yeah. I know some of my buddies down in SoCal were setting up something like that, and it was yeah, I mean, it works. You can do it. There's just like not a ton of return for a long time. I think you really have to start going to like the big events to make it worth it. Actually, that's a great question. Whoa. Xenos Petting Zoo. Videos live 7 months ago. Was it on Twitch? Xenos Petting Zoo. Videos. Oh, maybe not. Okay. But they do some pretty big events, and I don't know how much traction they get. Yeah, I think Glasshammer is the closest equivalent to Wargames Live that I know of in the UK. Thoughts on the Calidus? It's okay. Um, you got a lot of like parts of the datasheet that are pretty good. Um, the fact that you had like you fall back like D6 or whatever. Let me read it again. It's been a while since I've read the Calidus. Abilities. End of the fight phase. Fall back D6 and not within 3. You can pick it up. And it's 100. 100 points. Yeah, like there's a lot of parts to this. I think a lot of people are kind of getting caught up on the fact that it has like the acrobatic escape. But you need to roll a 4 plus to pick it up, so you just need to like not get caught anyway. And my biggest thought on the Calidus is I would only take the Calidus if I could not scrounge 10 points for Gaunt's Ghosts. Just because, like, Gaunt's Ghost does. The only real advantage the Calidus has over Gaunt's Ghost is that it's a smaller footprint, so you can get it into screens a little bit better. But Gaunt's Ghost has just, like, so much utility. Gaunt's Ghost is, like, in, like, card game terms, Gaunt's Ghost is a card that you can play every turn. And it's not going to be like a big effect, but the fact that you're going to play it every turn is really powerful. And the Calidus just doesn't do as much as Gaunt's Ghosts. So it will mostly just depend, like, if I think I can squeeze into certain pockets that my opponents are not going to screen in ways that I don't think that they can do anything about. So we'll see. I mean, the Calidus is fine. I used to play it a lot. But the Calidus comes down after the Kazakhin have already moved. That's the thing. So, I can actually stop the Overwatch, really. You, because the Calidus comes down at the end of the reinforcement step, or whatever, during the reinforcement step. Yeah. So, like, the Kazakhin have to move first, and then, like, that's when the Overwatch happens. So, it has to be, like, an Overwatch into a charge that the Kazakhin are going for, which is usually not the most important thing. Don't get me wrong, Vect is a powerful ability. It really is, but it's I'm trying to think of what armies I would want it against. Like strats that I really want to turn off. Because now that Armor of Contempt is not like the entire phase, you don't care as much. Turning off Overwatch is nice. Turning off Fields of Fire, like you don't even turn off Fields of Fire really. Turning off Advance and Charge on Blood Angels would be really nice. It doesn't turn off 6-inch Deep Strike and Chaos Demons because they spend that CP before they're on the board. Turning off Wrath of the Rock, like semi-heroic intervention or whatever it's called. The one where you just like charge something close to you. That's pretty good. Death Guard, is there anything that I really need to turn off? No. I don't think so. Nothing in Emperor's Children, really. It'd be nice into GSC, but GSC are just not very popular. If Grey Knights are playing, like, Index and you could turn off Mists of Deimos, that would be really big. Imperial Knights, rotate Ion Shields. But then they probably just, like, use the good strats anyway. Like, rotate Ion Shields is fine. Photon's okay. Okay. If I knew that I had to play like 5 games against Awakened Dynasty Necrons, I would put a Calidus in for sure. Um, just turn off all of their ridiculous resurrection strats. That would be a big deal. I would do that. And World Eater's auto 8 Blood Surge. I would turn that off. But it's just like okay. She also infiltrates to protect expansion if needed for scouts. Yeah, I mean, she's fine. As I'll say, like a lot of times, if you are having success, keep doing what you're doing. Um, I just, I think there's been like a really big push over the past like year for guard to just fight for the mid board, and I don't think the like Calidus like helps with the strats, kind of, but I don't want to spend 100 points on that. If I could spend like 70 points on it, I probably would, but 100 points is a big ask. Also, you can't do it in teams because someone else is going to need the agents more than we are. Speaking of, I need to start writing this Valkyrie teams list. So, let's think about it. I'm gonna start writing a list with a Valkyrie in it, at least one. List new Valkyrie? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Configuration, detachment, combined arms, strike force. Okay. So, oops, not Slimarbo. You're not here. Oops. Show. Don't need any of that. Okay. Okay. So first thing, Valkyrie. Do you need more heavy bolters, rocket pod, las cannon? Oh god, it's just so many points. Okay. So I'm taking this knowing what am I targeting? What am I targeting with this list? Things that have cheap stuff on their home. Like guard? Guard will just shoot a Valkyrie if it rapid ingresses. If it can. It's gonna take at least it's gonna put at least 3 las cannon shots, then an oppressor cannon. Which is more than I want to take. So like Space Marines? Am I targeting Gladius with this? I don't think I'm targeting Gladius with this. What am I targeting with this? Sisters? No. Yeah, maybe. You could actually probably target sisters with this. Custodes? I think those have to be targeting like some kind of marine variant, and at which point you could just play like combined, like normal combined. Tyranids, we also just play like normal combined. Can't play it into Tau. Man, okay. It feels sad. Because it feels like everything you'd want this for. You should just play like normal combined with tanks. Like that's just the feeling I get like looking through this. Um Man, that's depressing. um what if we just built like Dorn commanders, 3 Kazarkin. What if we just did this in Mech Assault? Sure, you can be the Warlord. We need something to hide from the Imperial Knights. We need Cadians. Kazarkin. What else would we want in this? How much space do we have after Vanquishers? What's up, Fishy? What's going on? What's the drama over there? Is it more Tau drama? Where are the transports? Oh, there are. Okay. Reddit drama. Dude, we love Reddit drama. Is it the TTS Reddit drama or different Reddit drama? Oh, it's my birthday today. So I'm just kind of hanging out. And then in about a little bit less than an hour, I'm going to take off because I'm going to a birthday dinner. So I'm just hanging out. Right now, though, I said earlier that there's probably a world in which you can take a Valkyrie for teams. But, like, this just looks like a David Gaylord list. And we're basically trading, like, the Flamers and the Tech Priest for Valkyrie. Oh yeah, the new TTS server is wild. Or at least like everything that's been going on with all the TTS drama has been interesting. Is kind of what I'll say about it. Um, B-Day stream gonna be member locked? Nah, I mean if you just want to go back and watch me like ramble for the past like 6 hours or whatever, you are more than welcome to do so. Um, yeah. This just feels like the David Gaylord list with a Valkyrie stapled into it though. Is that good enough? It's 300 points. Okay, so what's standing on places? Kazarkin, Cadians. Let's take a look at what that Gaylord list looks like. So what am I actually giving up here? So we don't have that. We put in Creed. We don't have that. We don't have that. We lost one Ogren squad. Yeah, this is probably fine. Like if I had to put a Valkyrie in, this would be like my first try for things. It's just like really light on stuff. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16? Yeah, it's really light on stuff. Yeah, I'd have to think about it. Normally use my Valkyrie as a Legends Vulture gunship by putting my Stormlord's Vulcan Mega Vulture in the back. Nice. Wait. Hold on. Legends stuff isn't in the app, right? Vulture. No. Okay. Let's go. Let's go take a look at it. I have not looked at a lot of Legends stuff in a long time. Legends. Astra Militarum. Vulture. Vulture Gatling Cannon. Sustained 1, 501. Okay. Force of Battle Shock. Alright. How many points is this? Where do I look? Is it in the... There's no way it's just, like, in the MFM. 2 Gatling Cannons. Ah, that's cool. So you either get 4 Las Talons or 36 attacks, 501. Okay. It's not bad. How many points is this thing, though? That's the big thing. Is it listed, like, at the top? No. Is it listed at the bottom? No. This thing has rules? It's got 1 sniper shot? That's really funny. It's a leader? This is really funny. Leadership and OC plus 1. Still 7-up leadership? That's great. That's fun. I did not know this thing had rules. Surely there's like an official thing. 225? 225? Oh, that's so many points. That's so many points for the gunship, though. Ah. Sky Talon's that a sheet? No, I don't think so. Is it this thing? In your shooting phase, after this model has shot, select one enemy unit scored 1 more hits against. To the end of the phase, each time a friendly model that disembarked from this transport, reroll wounds. And it can, 2 Walker models? That's funny. So you just drop 2 Sentinels or a Tauros? Interesting. That's really funny. Yeah. This is very entertaining. I don't know if it's very good, but it is cool. Strachan, my beloved. This was so good. Just full hit and wound rerolls. There's only 6 Power Fist attacks, but 6 Power Fist attacks at Anti-Monster 4+ with hit and wound rerolls is pretty good. What else is here? Oh yeah, this guy existed. These. Wow, there's just like so much stuff in here. Dominus Armored Siege Bombard. Indirect fire, triple bombard. Why is it triple bombard with 2d6 attacks? I don't think they've said anything about Strachan in the lore. I think he just like disappeared. Just doesn't exist anymore. Okay. In your shooting phase. Force a battle shock. Okay, whatever. Why would you shoot this thing at infantry? I guess you'd shoot this thing at like Terminators. And native ballistic skill 4. So you. Oh, this is Titanic? Hold on. Dominus Siege Bombard. Oh, this is this thing. I understand. Alright, how big is this thing actually? Oh, this is Praetor size. Okay, yeah, this thing is huge. That's cool though. Is that a land trader? Nice. Yeah, Farland Metal. I mean, just talk to your boss or like whoever is running the crusade. I'm a really big believer in if you're not playing like tournaments, just play the units you think are cool. You know, bend the rules. Crusade is not about winning. That's actually I think one of the biggest failings of Crusade is that it like incentivizes winning so much. These are cool though. Mukali Riders, dude. The old Mukali Riders are super cool. Yeah, like they just look straight out of Star Wars. To be honest, just like having all like the little dinosaur things are fun. Oh, those are nice. Ooh. When they have a bunch of plasma, that would be a good unit. Oh. Yeah. So I have a lot of thoughts on Crusade in general. I would rather um someone like actually DM a game like a narrative campaign where they just like write different things about how the game is actually going because I think the power creep in like Crusade is so heavily in favor of the people who are winning. And if there are ways to like tone that down such that you can or if there were ways to like make the game not about winning and more just about like cool things happening in the games, I think that is a lot more fun for more people. But Crusade is a great way for you to play against people that you don't know in like a semi-narrative way. Nice. 1K recon element similar to Wesley. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know enough about 1K point games. Like I have a lot of people ask me like, "Hey, can you give me thoughts on this 1000 point list?" And the answer is like I don't feel competent to do so. If that makes sense, right? When people are like, "Hey, what is competitive at 1000 points?" I'm like, I don't know. I have no idea what is good at 1000 points. I can tell you like the last time I played a 1000 point game, I just brought a storm sword and shot my opponent off the table, which is it was a game of all time. Um, yeah, so that's what I did. I have a what's my favorite guard unit of all time? Hmm. I think my favorite. I think it depends on like what part of the favorite is. I think by default, I would say Rough Riders are probably my favorite unit. But the other big thing that I really miss is in 5th edition when I first started playing the Executioner Lehman Russ, where you'd put out 5 of like the small blast templates, which are they're like that big, and they were plasmas. They could realistically just like kill whatever. And you just put out 5 templates about that large down range, and your opponent would just be like, ah, there's so many blast templates. What do I do? So that was one of my favorite things to actually do is just put down 5 plasma blast templates. One of my D&D players was telling me about the BattleTech RPG. Someone could probably do something similar with 40k. I don't know a lot about BattleTech, so is that the one? I think that's one of the robots, but I think that's about all I really know about it. A few tournaments happening next month for me are a bunch of 1000 point tournaments. I get it, we're still growing 40k, but it's a nightmare making a good 1,000 point list personally. Yeah, it's cool that your scene is growing. That's the biggest thing, but it's not a very balanced format. Um, because it's not like the game is not balanced around 1,000 points, and I think guard at below 2,000 points really suffers because we're an army that benefits. Like, the larger the point total, the better guard becomes because we just get more things. And the more things we get makes our firepower more and more oppressive as the game gets larger and larger. But I feel like if you're going to just play 1,000 points, like, I'd start with 2 Rogaldorn commanders and just go from there. The units don't matter as much as starting the trade of material. Yeah, that makes sense. And just like having things that having things that your opponent's really going to struggle to kill is a really big deal. Posted 3D model I designed for the field ordnance batteries in the 3D printing channel. If you want to check them out, sure. Oh yeah, that looks pretty good. So we got the oh, nice. So it's just like the I don't know what to call it, like, but the rest of the model. Um, yeah, this would be good. This would be great for like taking because you get so much extra in the field ordnance battery kit that you aren't able to use. Just having the extra tools necessary to like mount all those guns is good. Well done. Well done. Also, I like Dingbad's response too. That looks more like the fob kit than my fob kit. I'm gonna put a scared react there. Oh yeah. Now that we are like calming down a little bit, just you know, just don't go putting out in public. This is our little secret, okay? Rogaldorns are so absurd to play against as a not yet guard player. Yeah. Yeah. The thing about the Rogaldorn that a lot of people kind of don't understand is you need to understand what can and cannot kill a Rogaldorn. Like, I did this a while back. 20, 12, 3, d6 plus 1, 1, 12, 18, 2 up save. Remove all. Right, like, this is 20 las cannons hitting on 3s. Okay? 20 las cannons hitting on 3s only kills a Dorn about a third of the time. Right? So let's go ahead and take a look at a Vindicator. And we'll give it the super oath, so we're going to pretend it's wounding on 2s. And same thing. A Vindicator with super oaths. Oh, we need to give it the rerolls. Reroll all failed hit rolls. Okay. And a Vindicator with the Ultramarine Oaths only kills a Dorn about 6% of the time. It's not very high. The problem is, if you lose a Dorn because your opponent can kill it, it becomes really bad. Even just like having your Dorn go below half and risking that like 60% to become battle shocked and not have take aim is a pretty significant blow to the Rogaldorn's like output because it's got so many guns in one chassis. So it's just I like playing games. I like playing armies. I like playing armies that have more little things than a few big things. So, like, if I were to go to Tacoma and take 3 Dorns, I could do that, but I would prefer to play 1 Dorn and like 6 Leman Russes, or 2 Dorns and 4 Leman Russes, something like that, instead of playing like 3 Dorns. Just because it's like, if you lose a Dorn, you're like, well. It's like the last time, my most recent guard mirror that I played, which was not that long ago, about a week ago, a little bit more than a week ago. I won by 2, but a big part of that was I put a Russ, or a Battle Tank Russ, an Exterminator, a Dorn, and a Quillons into a Dorn that had smoked, and I exactly killed it. Just because, like, the Dorn is really, really tough to kill, and just making sure that I was able to deal with it at that point was a really big deal. But if it had lived on 1, I would have lost the game on the spot. Guard having access to Dorns wouldn't be so powerful. They didn't also have the best screening chaff in game 2. Yeah, we got pretty good. We have pretty freaking good screening. That's probably why one of the armies that we have a little bit of trouble with is Blood Angels, because Blood Angels are just like, I don't care about your screens, I have the fly keyword. So then they just like jump over all of our stuff, which is a bit tough. But like, Orcs can't deal with it, World Eaters can't deal with it. Yeah, Chaos Space Marines can't really deal with it. Also, the fact that Thorn has so much damage 3 just means that, like, Guard by itself pushes out so many units from being good. Like, Inceptors don't really see play because they're all 3-wound models. Terminators don't really see play because they're all 3-wound models. What else? Heavy Intercessors are just 3-wound models that just die to Dorns. So there's just like a lot of armies that just can't play some of their cool units because damage 3 is one of the most important breakpoints in the game. And it's also why, like, Deathstrike Terminators, part of why they're so powerful is because they have 4 wounds, so you can't just one-shot them with a battle cannon. Please take a look at in 40k General at my list that destroys any balance. I'm a little bit afraid of this stat fishy based on what you've said in the past. Oh, yeah, okay. Why is there a Leonar's commander in here? Yeah, you're just gonna go fight things. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Pile of tanks going through, going bang bang. Yeah, I would probably just drop the Lieber Russ tank commander and the enhancements and just put a 3rd Lieber Russ tank commander. Not gonna lie, and you just go bang bang. Yeah, this is actually fairly similar in a lot of ways to Nick Jagello's list. Where is he? Here it is. You're seeing this a lot, like the double Dorn commander, and then Nick has been going 2 exterminators and 3 vanquishers, but you can do it with a variety of things. In Hammer specifically, exterminators are better than the battle tanks. But yeah, this is pretty similar. Nick recently won something or other, Ontario League finals. So like a bunch of like local leagues were getting together, and Nick won that, and then he also went 3-1 at some other like league invitational that they were doing recently. So makes sense. You just go bang bang. Not everybody can deal with it. And it's a crazy skew. But Dorns and Vanks, Dorns and Vanks. This is Dorns and Vanks. This is Dorns and Vanks. Dorns and Vanks. Dorns and Vanks. Lots of it. Yeah, it's not the worst thing. It's just really expensive for what it does. Like, Um, and then like decent players can also just neutralize it fairly easily by tagging it in melee and turning it off, or throwing a grenade at it. So it's okay. Like the Rust Commander, I think it still does what a Rust Commander used. Actually, that's a lie. Wait, what kind of gun did you put on yours? Demolisher, yeah, yeah. Losing the 2 shots means that it like lost a lot of output. Um, but like once it's on the board, it still does the same thing. How would you take on a list like that? Just try to screen them off the board? So it depends on what your army is. As guard, the biggest thing that you can do is, um, well, like, okay, so the first thing that you can do is if you're playing combined arms and you're playing a similar list to this, combined arms just wins the shootout on account of having lethal hits. It's a really big deal because it means our meltas are way better than Hammer's meltas. So that's the first thing that you can look to do is you just outshoot them with combined. And then the other thing that you can try and do is Hammer still Hammer can only put one thing through a wall at a time, and they can't go through your models at all. So you're able to, if you have the time that you could just run a vehicle like an inch in front of theirs, they get stuck very easily, and so you can end up standing on primary that way and try and deny them primary. That's the biggest way to do it. Is you just kind of, if you have the guns, you outshoot them. Otherwise, you outrat them. Is one of the big things because that army can really struggle to get lines on certain deployments. Yeah, the other day the demo cannon got triple 1 damage on my friend's Demon Prince. Yeah, it happens. Should you run the list in combined? I'd think about it. It mostly just depends. Like if you're playing on Games Workshop terrain, I think in general combined is just better than Hammer. But like if you're playing on WTC or yeah, if you're playing on WTC, then Hammer's generally better. So it mostly just depends on like how important the go through wall strat is. My list is Demon Horde, aka playing on hard mode. Oh, Demon Horde. Um, so the big thing about playing Demon Horde is you're trying to hit your opponent entirely in one turn, right? You either pick turn 2 or 3 and you just say I'm going to take my entire army and I'm going to kill as much of you as possible and have my entire army out in the open such that anything that you don't kill is going to charge you a second time on the next turn. It's not very good for demons. Because you basically just have to like spike a bunch of 4-ups or kill some stuff. And you play on Games Workshop in a Tau local meta. Um, into Tau, it's about the same. Like the biggest difference in that you'll see if you were to play combined is the difference in power of Meltas into toughness 10 or above vehicles. And because lethal hits is equivalent to sustained hits too, which is really powerful. But otherwise, like you can play both. Like they're both good. Yeah. The biggest thing about playing demons that a lot of people get wrong is that they will trade pieces. Demons is not a trading army. Demons is a I'm going to go kill you now army. And if that turn doesn't work, then demons oftentimes will just collapse. So that's the biggest thing is you just got to just go. That's where the guard screening makes it so hard, boxing out the charges. Yeah. Um Against the list that Fishy posted, you can like they can only fall back and charge, or they can only fall back and shoot one thing. So it's mostly a game of can I make silly charges and pylons and consolidates such that I am tagging multiple things, um, because they can only fall back one thing, right? The rest of it, you just want to turn off their blast weapons as much as possible, and then you're going to be in a good spot. But if the game is going to be won or lost on one battle round, and the rest of it doesn't matter. But yeah. You mind taking a look at the 1K list? I've been playing a bit. Just curious what you think of it. Yeah, absolutely. I'll take a look. Like I said before, I'm not a 1,000 point player, so like I don't have a lot of first-hand experience, but you know, I can look at it. The other big thing is on 1,000 points, are you playing on the 66 by 40 board or are you playing on a different size board? Because that'll change my thoughts on it quite a bit depending on how large the board is. Put in a cat. Oh, not the castle. Anyway, Gino, just let me know. I'll make a new thing. Where should I put it? Create category. Stream. Add stream discussion. All right, I'll make a new channel down at the bottom if you want to throw it in there, Gino. The new incursion layouts have helped the 1,000 point games I've played. I did hear that was a thing that happened. Let me take a look at them. Core rules. Is it the new chapter approved? Incursion. Farland Metals, where's the new incursion layout stuff? I haven't looked at it at all. Is it in this thing? Does not appear to be. Brian Nexus, balance status slate, wouldn't be there. It's not there. Yeah, where would I find the new incursion stuff? Okay, Acadian Command Squad, Rogel Dorn Commander. Okay, alright. 10 Cadians, 10 Death Corps, 1 Kazarkin, 2 Vanquishers, Scout Sentinel, Torox. Yeah. I would. Well, okay. So a couple of thoughts as I look at this. It's in the mission cards. God damn it. Ugh. Okay, I have these. I haven't looked at them at all. Twists. Don't need those. Asymmetric. Incursion. Is it just different deployments? Is it just this? Is this the only thing? Just the deployment cards? So Crucible. So this is just... Wait. 22... 10... 22. Yeah, this still looks like it's on a 60 by 40. Wait, what's the difference with this? Are they just... Wait, hold on. Now I'm curious. Deployment, strike force. Okay. Oh! Crucible. So it's... Oh! Wait. I understand. Okay. So they're just a little bit closer. So on Strike Force, it's 1410 and 820, but on Crucible Battle, it's 2210 and 1612. So everything's just a little bit closer to the middle of the board. Okay, I understand. But you still play on the 66 by 40. What's up, David? Hope you're doing well. Whereas the second half is his list, mission rules, they're insane. Okay. Just minor measurements of the terrain. Gonna head off. Alright, take it easy, Deathfishy. Hope you're having a good one over there. Thank you, thank you. Okay. So with that in mind, there's a couple of small things that I would consider changing. The first one is I don't think that this Vanquisher should have plasma cannons. It should probably have multi-meltas. Just because, like, if you need to kill infantry, that's like what the Dorn and the Kazakhin are for. And then the other big thing is, I feel like this Cadian command squad is like just okay. Like I like the one Vanquisher with the triple flamers because you just need to, like, you just need something to do that. But I almost feel like this Cadian command squad would be better as like another unit of dudes, most likely. Just because it's gonna end up sitting back at home with your Cadians, until all of your opponents' like reserves are removed. So if you just had like 10 more dudes just playing the middle of the board, I think that would help out quite a bit. Like another unit of Katachan or Krieg or even Cadians are fine. So you have a bit more board control than the Cadian command squad offers. You end up giving up the orders for your 10 guys, but you just like board control is everything. But yeah. Cool. Yeah. I end up looking through the cards. So it makes sense to me that they are a little bit closer, but it also does mean that, like, because before on Strike, or when you were playing 1,000 points, like, everything was just too far away. Cut the rocks. I could see that. Don't you still need 5 points for that? Yeah, you'd still be 5 points short. So you still need to cut the Cadians. But if you got rid of the Torox and the Cadian command squad, and you get a 20-man of Krieg and 5 Death Riders. Death Riders are really good. They're really good. I'm probably going to make a video about them sometime this week just because they do a lot of cool things. Had to paint them for Krieg, but then Data Slate happened. Yeah, it always does. Yeah, in 1,000 points, there's just not a lot that is going to kill 20 Deathcore of Krieg very consistently. But the other big thing is, like, everything you lose in 1,000 points matters so much more than it does at 2,000 points. So it's really hard to play like 5 turns of the game, because things will die. But yeah. Anyway, how you doing over there, David? I can say that because it's just your name. It's just your YouTube name. When's the last time you actually played 1,000 points? Because I was just saying, I think the last time I played 1,000 points was in 9th edition. Yeah. No, I'm excited to see how the Philippines goes. You have a lot of um there's still a lot of time to build up. And I know that your currency is not particularly strong these days, so I imagine that the what do you call it? The 3D printing economy has to be going strong over there, I'm sure. Running 1,000 point event in a month. Okay, well, sounds fun. Don't be too mean when you bring out your super heavy for the first time. I remember the last time I played 1,000 points, it was at an escalation league, and I really wanted to win the league, but we didn't have a rule. There was no rule where like each of your lists has to build on each other. So I just brought out a super heavy, smashed a guy who was playing like 4 dreadnoughts, Space Marines, and then I beat up a guy who was playing Chaos Knights, because I just Kazarkin bombed 2 War Dogs, and then I had a Doomhammer just kill the big one. Bring 2 1,000 point lists, pairings happen, we draw a twist pick from the 2 lists. That's funny. That'll be entertaining. One person I play with a lot doesn't want to play more than 1750, and another not more than 1500. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, hopefully you can convince them otherwise. But, you know, as long as everybody's having fun, playing smaller games is better than playing no games. Honestly, its availability is what sucks in my case. We need to mostly get, or at least regard, to buy directly from Games Workshop. Ooh, that's... I mean, you could probably get, like, War Games Atlantic stuff. I don't know what the community over there is like, but here in the States, it's very open to just, like, 3D prints or any proxy, because at the end of the day, it is just dude with gun. So, we'll see. 1,000 Crusade point list. All right, let's take a look. Castellan, Command Squad, Catachan Command Squad, Commissar, Munitorum Priest, Ogren Bodyguard, 2020, Catachan, Krieg, Kazarkin, Krieg Combat Engineers. Yeah, I mean, this looks like a lot of fun for Crusade. That's one of the things that I kind of like about Crusade is you can just like play things and they can get really strong. The one I wonder if Recon does well in Crusade or if it does poorly because you are going to get a lot of, I think they're called battle scars in Crusade, where like every time you die, you potentially lose something. It is Recon, so you are at least safe with that. No epic heroes. Yeah, that's the proper way to play it. I think RTOs will be the same. So far, 3D printing is being frowned upon, but I think they will loosen up eventually. That's too bad. Yeah. I think ideally it would not be done all that much, but it's just an expensive hobby, so we need to be welcoming of people. Unless it's like stores that are enforcing it. Um, Zero fun for any gun army. Good. That's them. That's a them problem, not a me problem. Surplus tithe, which lets you get a model back each command phase. Model back each command phase. Oh, okay. Is that the one? All right, we're gonna look up Wikipedia. Does this have Crusade rules? Crusade. No, I opened this from nothing. Is that the one where you just get like a regiment model back? Because if that's true, um, isn't that the one where you can get like an entire sentinel back? Want to know a story of a bad experience I had in an official Warhammer store? Okay, I'm down. We only got about like 10 minutes left before I'm out of here, but I'm always down to hear horror stories. Played against Necrons twice, and I brought back more models than them. Nice, yeah. Between the Krieg and the command squads, it sounds like a lot of fun. Regiment infantry. Okay, I remember someone was doing a thing where it was just regiment, and so they were bringing back like sentinel models every turn. I'm like, that sounds pretty silly, but Yeah. Dude, the Command Squad Ogre and Bodyguards are just so silly. I am curious to see what will end up happening to them. I expect they will probably go up in points at some point. All right, take it easy, Gino. Have a good night. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Hope you get some good sleep or work. I think it's morning over there. It's definitely earlier there than it is here. Anyway, still waiting on the horror stories coming out from Steel Spider. But yeah. I still kind of think I would have like fun writing narrative games for people. Like there's probably a way to write a better like crusade book than the way that like Games Workshop does crusades. Instead of calling it a crusade, you just called it like just like a Dungeons and Dragons module, honestly, where you go through and you have different things that happen. It's like, hey, if they roll these kind of things or they get this kind of game done, then the next thing they do is like they play this kind of game, and then you can like open it all up and just like play through different what do you call it? Different missions every single time, different things. And I'm still pretty convinced that the best way to do a um like narrative games is you always just do really binary win conditions. Like my favorite, like one of the examples I always give is the only way to win a game is a character in your army has to do an action on your opponent's home objective. Um, but the action also takes like an entire battle round. So like your opponent has a turn to try and shoot you off of it. And because of that, like you're gonna do some very silly things in order to make it happen. Nonsense 1K and twist things. Full star 12v12 narrative teams event. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun. I remember you talking about that a little bit. They get money through things other than winning them. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to do narrative 40k. I think that Crusade is unfortunately one of the worst in terms of like actually coming through. It has put a lot of like value into I can play this Crusade with basically anybody who's also playing a Crusade, which I don't think is particularly valuable, to be honest. Okay, we're getting to see everything. So it's during ninth edition. I was getting into Gar. I made a starter list that Mordian recommended for 500 points and involved a resin marshal over the Castellan. Went to play a learning game with my friend. I decided to proxy my Castellan by saying it's the marshal. I asked the Games Workshop employee what was the rules. I think I know where this is going. Crusade so unbalanced. Same problems as D&D Adventure League. Yeah, I've never really understood. I've heard lots of things about Adventure League over the years, and it is not the kind of thing that I would want to do. Because it's just you get like weird power game players who come to it, and there's like it's a mix of like you can go play with anyone, but that's not what Dungeons and Dragons or Crusade, or it's definitely not what Dungeons and Dragons is supposed to be about. It's not about being able to play with anyone. It's about like at least it's not for me. Um, it's about like telling stories with the same group of people over a long period of time. Knockman Gauntlet was very unbalanced. Our current rule set is a custom written one. Nice. We are ending Crusade with a mini tournament. That sounds like fun. Okay. They walk over to the counter, pull out the Forge World Compendium, and they tell me if you buy this book, you can look up the rules for the Marshal. My friend and I look at each other. I told them, can't I just look it up in Wahapedia? They say Wahapedia is inaccurate. Yeah. Yeah, I remember the last crusade I did ended with a really big like six player game that we did where we played over the like two tables and it was cool, but it just didn't really feel like there was a story being told so much as just people getting together to play games. They would not tell me the rule for the one model unless I bought the Forge World Companion book that is most likely outdated already. Yeah, I've heard a lot of different things from different people about Games Workshop employees, where it's just there's not like a not it's a pretty toxic work environment overall because they have to get there's like some rules where they have to do like more sales the month like this month as compared to the same month last year. So like their January of 2025 has to be better than their January of 2024, which is just like, well, sometimes in January 2024 there is like a major release, and then in January 2025 there might not be a major release. So it's going to be a worse month. Like that's just kind of how it works. But they are. I don't understand the exact like policy that they have, like if they fail to do that, but it's supposed to be pretty bad. But anyway, yeah, the what's it called the Middle Earth strategy battle game. Yeah, I heard there's some pretty cool stuff in there. But either way, it ends up working out pretty good. Anyway, gamers, it's about 6 o'clock here. I gotta get going here pretty soon because I'm going to go meet up with my aunt and uncle, and they're going to be grilling birthday dinner. But anyway, I wanted to say thank you to everybody who popped in and said happy birthday or just was talking throughout the day. Thank you to if anybody's still here who donated to the stream. I appreciate you very much, and I hope you guys have a good rest of the day. I got a couple more videos. I'm going to be talking about Death Riders pretty soon. I'm going to be figuring out how to do more Wind Rider stuff coming up very soon as well. And then we're going to go from there. So I'll see you guys. If anybody's going to Tacoma Open, I will also see you at that one. Anyway, thanks Mostly Chimp. Thanks David. Thank you Still Spider for hanging out, and I'll go ahead and talk to you guys all other time soon. Oh, thanks James as well. Thanks for lurking through everything. So I just told them I remember the rules. Me and my friends still laugh about that day. Yeah, that sounds like not the best thing in the world. But anyway, thank you so much for tuning in. I'll see you guys all.